festive season, with local tourists making up the majority. According to KWS, 231,000 visitors were Kenyans, while 82,500 were international tourists. KWS said the high domestic turnout highlights the growing role of local visitors in supporting the tourism sector. The agency reaffirmed its commitment to promoting wildlife adventure and sustainable tourism in line with the government's goal of reaching 5 million visitors by 2028. KWS has also encouraged domestic tourism through initiatives like free park entry on special occasions, including World Tourism Day last September. The National Cohesion and Integration Commission has been challenged to take action against former Cabinet Secretary Moses Kuria following his tirade of abuse against Naivasha MP Jane Kihara. Leaders from Nakuru County and members of the Naivasha GBV cluster groups termed the abuse against the MP as disrespect to the women fraternity in the country. On Sunday, Kuria accused Kihara of being responsible for her husband's 2003 death. Naivasha East MCS Stanley Karanja said this was not the first attack on women leaders and called on the NCIC to intervene. Other area leaders denounced Kuria's statements as reckless. The bodies of 4 fishermen who drowned while illegally fishing in Lake Naivasha have been recovered following a 2-day search around the scene of the incident. 2 of the bodies were recovered on Saturday evening, while the remaining 2 were found on Sunday morning after a joint operation involving the Kenya Coast Guard Service and local fishermen. 2 of the victims were brothers from Quixote Estate who'd joined their colleagues for fishing near Carlo Farm when a group of hippos attacked. While fleeing, 4 of the 14 youth drowned while the rest swam to safety.
The last time tulikuwa na ndugu yangu aliniambia atakuja kunichukua maternity kwa sababu niko due next week. Inaniuma sana kuwa ni mimi nakuja kumchukua lake. Ameniacha asubuhi akiniambia amekuja kazi anatokea saa 9. Mimi naongojea mke wangu nakuja nitoa habari amekufa.
Residents have raised concern over the rising number of deaths linked to hippo attacks and drowning, blaming lack of safety equipment and unemployment. Friends of Lake Naivasha chairman Francis Mudhui says records show an average of 4 such deaths every month.
Jana tulitoa miezi miwili, leo tumetoa miezi miwili tena. Hao vijana sasa wameelekea kwa mogo. At the moment bado kuna vijana ambao wanahangaika hii Kihoto yetu. Na niseme ya kwamba serikali ambaye inaongozwa na rais wetu inafaa ikuje na suluhu ya kutatua matatizo ambao hawa vijana wanapitia.
Parents of Litein Boys High School students will have to pay 49,000 shillings each to cover damages from last year's student riot. Justice Joseph Sagon ruled that the fee, estimated at nearly 100 million shillings, was lawful and not unconstitutional, dismissing a petition that had termed it excessive. The court found that the school followed proper procedures, including consulting the Parents Association and verifying the damage through public works officers. Several facilities, including classrooms, offices, staff houses, the dining hall and school buses, were vandalized. The petition to dissolve the board of management and remove the principal was also dismissed, with each party ordered to meet its own legal course. The Swiss government said on Monday that it had decided to freeze any assets held in Switzerland by the deposed Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro or his associates with immediate effect. Ban said it had reached its decision after Maduro was seized in Caracas in a shock U.S. military operation and brought to New York to face narco trafficking charges. Describing the situation as volatile, the Swiss government said in a statement that it wanted to ensure that any illicitly acquired assets cannot be transferred out of Switzerland in the current situation. The government added that should future legal proceedings reveal that the funds were illicitly acquired, Switzerland will endeavor to ensure that they benefit the Venezuelan people. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find a tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament. So
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
Well, when he said
the government,
when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We are always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something we must do.
Like now, you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutua Mjengo, Mama Mboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning from wherever it is you are watching us and listening us from. My name is Dennis Aseto. Welcome to 2026. Kamanya, Happy New Year. I haven't seen you the entire year. How are you doing?
Oh yeah, Happy New Year to you too. I'm good and great.
Salama?
Kabisa.
Good to see you.
Yep, good to see you too. Looking forward to this great new year.
Ulivukia wapi?
Nilivukia tu hapa.
Hapa tu.
Hapa, Kenya, because it's a time to bond with family, relax,
Yeah.
It was nice and quiet, I must say. I enjoyed.
6 days in, yeah?
Took a bit of rest. Now 6 days in.
6 days in, and the days are flying, one would say, yeah?
Hey, very fast. It's time to resurface, and do what needs to be done in this year.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot to do.
There's a lot to do this year. I mean, with all the New Year resolutions and Kenyans hopeful and optimistic. I mean, pretty much the entire world are optimistic of what the year has to offer. I mean, all we can do is say thank you to the Almighty for seeing us get here. And all we keep saying here is hope is the only thing that keeps us alive, and we can't afford to lose that. Indeed. So that notwithstanding, whichever the situation, we are saying karibuni sana to the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. We shall be having conversations from pretty much right now all the way till 10 a.m. And let me just take you through some of the conversations that we'll be having this morning. And part of that conversation will be bordering up on matters to do with governance. We shall be talking about disaster in the country and also just matters to do with geopolitics. But at 7 a.m. we will be having Professor Alfred Omenya, who is a policy and governance expert and also an architect, and Anthony Mushiri from Kenya Red Cross, who is an emergency preparedness and response manager. We shall be talking about disaster by design. Kenya failed citizens during emergencies. This just following on the accident and the building collapse that happened in South Sea. Rescue operations continue. Authorities say there is a body that is yet to be recovered from that. And what are the lessons? More often we continue to see buildings with the X sign, but that continue to go up. Who is failing who? Here we're talking about disaster by design. And at 8 a.m. we shall be having Stella Agara, who is a governance expert, and Kenya's political atmosphere, stability or suppressed tension in 2026. What do we expect to see? Will Kenyans finally be heard by the political class? Will Kenyans finally get to speak to power? And will that power finally listen and respond to all the issues that are being raised by Kenyans? That we shall be having that discussion with Stella Agara at 8 a.m. And finally, we shall be having the final conversation with Fatuma Mohammed, who is an international affairs expert. And we shall be talking about global power plays, US-Somalia equation, and Maduro arrest question. The United States has said, especially on Senator Ilhan Omar, who said it's Somalia first in the U.S. And it's things are not polite, especially in Minnesota. We have the FBI who've gone in, investigations being carried out. Apparently, there's some fraud that took place there, and the U.S. government, Donald Trump, saying, "Not under my watch."
There's one thing I agree with when it comes to Trump. Protecting his own country. Well, the means on how he's doing it, we could question. Like the question of Maduro, that would be very questionable given the global order and the sovereignty of all the other states. But when every president bears the mandate of protecting their own country, the corruption in Minnesota is affecting our Kenyan economy, is affecting, their own American taxpayers' money. They need to protect themselves. So I agree. America should protect itself, and even us as Kenyan, we should be allowed to protect it ourselves. So whatever has happened and is going on in Minnesota, they need to follow it up. Trump needs to back up his word with some action. Let him come for those that he wants to, whether it is in Kenya or wherever other part of the world, because sovereignty of the people. We cannot be beneficiaries of corruption. That one I agree. The same way we are saying no to our local corruption, we should also, reject.
And it's interesting because when you talk about the Kenyan promise right now that you're talking about going to Singapore, and you look at examples, especially from Lee Kuan Yew and what he did, especially in fighting corruption. So I mean, it's an apt conversation to have. At 9 a.m. we shall be having that. But let me take you through the proverb of the day today. We are in Burkina Faso, Burkina Faso. Beautiful people. You gotta love Burkina Faso. Barasa, man. You know, Ibrahim Traore doing his thing. I mean, it's a model country. Yesterday, I was just going through something from Burkina Faso, and the president has intentionally decided that for us to continue moving our country forward, we must invest in, especially in areas that will help us achieve that dream faster. So what are we talking about? So he's decided to invest into cement production in the country, because when you talk about investing in cement and making it affordable, especially for them, now you talk about infrastructure, talk about roads, talk about manufacturing, all the jobs, and he's taking that to be one of the core pillars that needs investment from the country for that country to continue to move forward. I mean, you see, Singapore Simbali. If we just decide to make intentional moves,
we just have to be deliberate, you know.
So let's go to our proverb today. If you want to walk fast, walk alone. If you want to walk far, walk together.
Wow.
Well,
I'll just pick it up from what you're saying about good leadership. Move with the masses so that you can have sustainable development. Period. Move with the masses so they can have sustainable development.
You know, when you talk about moving together, sustainable development, there's this Kenyan trucker who lives in the US. I can't remember his name, but he's a little person. So I saw how he's been moving. He's big on the social media. He's been moving his truck and everything, and the stereotype that has existed. But guess what he just did the other day? He invited another little person from his village to the US so that they can continue growing this empire together. You know, so he's looking at how I can bring someone else for this empire to continue to grow. What we learn from that is there is unity. I mean, there is power in unity.
In unity, yes.
Right? So before we continue, let's just go to and say hello to those who are listening to us this morning. And if I could just get there. Okay, internet is doing that thing this morning, eh? But even as we wait for things to just shape up, right, sasa imeamua kwenda kabisa. Mimi nakwambia hii 2026 technology. You know, technology has decided to leave the chat room. But let's go with start saying good morning to everybody who's listening to us. And we start with Ominde Caxton. Happy New Year, Spice team. Happy New Year to you. Ndu Okoh, namona yuko hapa kabisa. And we completely agree. This is the way we are afraid because we have gone to bed with corruption and vile offsprings robbing us all. If I could just get to... I realized that is not today's, you know. Mimi nakwambia hii live leo imeamua kwenda kwao, but let's just get there as we start to say hello and good morning to everybody who is listening in this morning. Good morning from Mombasa. That is Carrier 86. The world changes constantly, but the principle of honesty, courage and diligence remain. Anchor yourself in these and you will never drift. Kabisa, Carrier 86. Good morning, Desmond Ortiz. Good morning, team, viewers and listeners. 54 days remaining to February 2026. Mkae ngumu kabisa. Hey, Desmond, we just 6 days in. Ushatufikisha February. Good morning, I am working from Rongo. George Adimo, good morning. How is Rongo? That is my home county. And Robert Mbogo, good morning. SpiceFM family tuned in from Mombasa. And as well as Michael Olande, good morning from the hot coastal city of Mombasa. Happy New Year to Spice team. Happy New Year to you. How is Mombasa? Good morning. And Ndu is not yet, but tumefikisha salamu. Kindly ask Aseto. I will ask Josphat this question. Kamanya, what is the hula baloo with ODM? Is getting hotter, ama hottest as time goes? Aseto wa dance up in here to you.
Well, you see, ODM, there's the lacking of the commanding presence of the late party leader. So you have two functions. That's why the hula baloo is all over. There are those who are feeling threatened by the absence of Baba, and there are those who are seeing opportunities from the absence of Baba. Hence the conflict. So we should just let them, let the heads bang and roll. But I know ODM is not going to be the ODM that we need. ODM was Baba and Baba was ODM. So it's going to be interesting. But I think Kenyans need to focus on whom they want to be their next president. And join the parties.
Yes.
To where you want to cast your vote in 2027. Yeah, and I think ODM is not going to have a presidential candidate.
But party leaders said, based off the party constitution, he is the presidential candidate.
Well,
if they decide,
if they decide.
candidate. Yeah.
If they decide.
Yeah. Okay, Rahimtullah Omar. Morning from Preston, UK. The transition to grade 10 is a mess. When will we have systems working with minimal flaws? That is a question, because we asked this question media last year on what is our plan. Because at the end of the day, when you talk about education calendar, it is something that has been planned. There's a reason why there is allocation. There's a reason why we have an education calendar. It is to guide the transition processes that ought to happen. But then again, even when we talk about the transition, remember, this is a class that we started implementing CBE when they were grade 3. So we're talking about, as they are getting into senior school, how many years are we talking about? Did we not plan all these years? So who failed who?
Yeah,
the questions, And good morning, happy new year, to a great day to you too. And Maurice Andati, good morning. And we have Leo, happy new year, Prince Ndu and Seto. Happy new year to demand accountability while you are away. People are calling for referendum, citing the constitution they disregard. Willie, Billy and Sifuna happened. Yeah, we know what continued to happen. Karibu sana sa, karibu ingia tu usiogope. Yeah, that is Kevin Osido, who will also be from CEO, County Governor's Watch. Also a guest host this morning, will be helping us steer the ship forward as well. Now, we have Good Morning Spices tuned in from Dubai. Happy 2026. That is Daphne Imani. Evans Dande, Good Morning Spice, tuned in from Sony Sugar Company. Sony Awendo, good morning to you too. And Josh Wheely, good morning all. Kennedy Anyona, morning team, tuned in from Pangani. Let us keep going together. Good morning to you too. Rahim Tula, it's -5 degrees in Preston. Please keep warm. Nairobi is pretty hot. Are we enjoying the weather? You keep on taking care of yourself, don't freeze and shine. Tibbs Muge, good morning, SpiceFM team. Good morning to you too. Eric Awuor, good morning, guys. And we have Maurice Andati, good morning. Robert Maina, good morning. Happy New Year from Doha, Qatar. How is Qatar? Nyakundi Emmanuel, morning, Spice team. The front page of the Bold newspaper ni moto kama pasi kabisa. Even though tunaichonga, even venye tunaipiga kila siku bila kuchoka. And Raim Tulomar, Aseto and Joe, what are your resolutions for this year? Good question. What is the resolution for 2026?
Do what needs to be done.
Yes. The resolutions 2026. Good morning. Happy New Year.
Be hopeful.
Repeat that again.
Be hopeful.
Be hopeful.
Yeah.
Hope is the only thing.
I'm telling
it's
you.
the only currency.
I'm telling
Yo.
What's your resolution?
Yeah. My resolution. Yes. My resolution is to continue pushing the button. Hii button tutavinya yekwama huko ache kwame. At the end of the day, I mean, we can't afford not to continue pushing, man. That's my currency, and hope as well, and doing what needs to be done. So I guess if you combine all that,
yes,
winning combo,
And we're not dropping the button, not all at all.
No, never ever. Ikianguka tunashona tunarudisha. And Maurice Andati, good morning. Baba Three Girls. Good morning, Baba Three Girls. Good morning, Team Spice. And happy New Year to you too. Musam Kweli. Good morning, great team. Jana Ibrahim Traore asked patriotic MPs, judges, LSK, civil societies, and Kenyans to reject auctioning of our sovereignty through selling of Safaricom and institutions by Puppet Kasongo. Okay. Irege, Ibrahim Traore, huyu sijui nani hapa Kenya, but anyway, mimi sitaingia huko leo. Irege Wanjohi, Jambo, and happy you are back. Happy to be back as well. Roger Sly, morning team. Mombasa is locked kabisa. Continue being there. Simon Kiburi, good morning, Spices. Patiently waiting for today's conversation. Tell Ndu she looked awesome anchoring yesterday, 1 p.m. Good day. Habari imefika. Ndu, ulifanya kazi mzuri, tumefikisha. And Edwin Ngari, good morning, Team Spice. Happy New Year to a greater year ahead. Yes, indeed. And Mashari and Jeru, good morning, Spice Team. Wishing you a prosperous New Year. Ruto said, Draghi and alcoholic are not bounding the plane to Singapore from Portland, Oregon. One Rigathi Gachagua, when he was deputy president, that was his number one goal. Pigana Na pombe haramu. There's also, he's said a lot as well in terms of the constitution of the cabinet today and his demands, especially when the president says he wants to fight alcoholism and drug abuse in the country. And let's see how that goes. So we have Stanley Ngache. Happy New Year. Great conversation is what I'm looking forward to. Kabisa. My prince. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year to you. Rhoda Wambui. Good morning. Watching from the UK. Evans Okomo. Morning. Tuned in from Ruiru. Good morning to you. Danstay Lagarde, Jumbo Spice Team listening from Sydney Kipkelion in Kericho County. Good morning to you. And Regina Otieno, good morning from Mombasa. Indeed, we need to work together. We are in one country and one nation. What happened to bottom up? It's more of what? It's more of up bottoms. Good question. What happened to bottom up? Now that we are going to Singapore, we are flying. So did you forget the bottom? Bwangi Juma, good morning, my people. How are you all this blessed Tuesday? Mimi niko sawa. Nyinyi mko aje?
Tuko fiti.
Kabisa. And Hisa Daniel, good morning. Spice tune in from Atiak, Uganda. I'm back after long recess. Karibu sana. And Richard Mashani, good morning, Spice team, and Happy New Year. If I may ask, do Venezuelans have Air Force? How did they allow their commander-in-chief to be picked like a chick by a falcon? Do they have an Air Force?
Oh, they do. But before even the Air Force, you know how many times President Maduro has avoided or escaped assassination? Many a times because of his tight security. So even as we talk about what Trump did, the question is about his own security. They were very compromised. There is no doubt about that. There is no you could infiltrate that man and find him in a room and walk out with him safely.
And the wife.
That was a huge conspiracy.
And one of the daily papers actually talking about the betrayal by the bodyguards. So that imagines, more or less presents the infiltration that might have happened. But I think it also begs a question around sovereignty of countries. And really what that sovereignty means. And glad as a country, Kenya, here we talk about sovereignty of the people. And that in our constitution, Article 1.1, that power rests in the hands of the people. So we wonder really what that means to the Venezuelan
I mean, it also puts the United States in a very precarious position, if you ask me, because for a very long time, the United States has been seen as the prefect of the world, especially when it comes to matters to do with the democracy and the respect for the rule of law. And I remember I was watching President Mandela giving a passionate speech on the U.S. and the atrocities that it has done to the country, and how then it positions itself as a prefect of the world, yet it continues to harbor a lot of atrocities to the rest of the world. I mean, it's an interesting way to go. We've seen our communications and conversations that are taking place, especially in the Security Council, and how the U.S. is being called out. It's interesting to see how then the U.S. can also come back and ask Russia not to get to Ukraine or ask China not to go to Taiwan, because under what premise?
And the question around moral authority of states.
Exactly,
And what therefore the global community means to countries that are going through turmoil, countries that have serious challenges. And therefore the kind of conversations that happen at the United Nations Security Council and locally here, even as we use what has happened to Venezuela as an example. The Africa Union locally, the EAC locally, when we have neighbors, countries that are also going through similar turmoil. So really, the space of international relations around countries. And so we look forward to even seeing how other presidents continue to comment.
And I think also how the UN and the Security Council will handle this matter. Because remember, the US is the biggest contributor to that basket. So then, but let's go through these salamos real quick. Aguto Gembo, good morning, Team Spice. May you have a blessed start of 2026 to you too. Rahim Tula Omar and Rhoda Mbui having a conversation in UK Preston, and Elise Fan Njeri, good morning Spices, healthy 2026 Muranga, uko Muranga, karibu sana, and Keith M01. Good morning Spice team, happy new year. And Emily Osena, good morning, glad to see you all. I hope the sick hospital has recovered. Amazing things in Kenya. A sick hospital has recovered. That statement alone says a lot, you know. But let's go to the papers this morning, and we start with a bold newspaper. That is the Standard. And if I can just get that Standard, itakuwa imenisaidia sana. Asante sana, thank you. Actually, niko nayo. Nakwambia hii maneno leo. Yeah, die hard traitor. Yo. That's the headline. Kenya's bold newspaper. Raila Blues. For nearly 15 years, Suna East MP Junet Mohammed has hardly missed in the country's key political moments. A man unafraid of even mortifying himself, if need be, to sell his political agenda or that of his masters to the masses, is suddenly facing unexpected attacks, which include a Judas Iscariot label from his fellow leaders in ODM party. His responses have, rather than cool tempers, flared them up, and even the party yesterday refused to comment on the matter, and instead MPs drawn from it called on its leaders to call for a housekeeping meeting. So Junet Mohammed says, let the record also be set straight. Raila would have had no reason whatsoever to appoint me, Junet Mohammed, as the leader of minority in the National Assembly if I had truly betrayed him. And Saitaba Ole Kanchori, who was Raila Odinga's chief agent in 2022, says, have some shame, Junet. How dare you open a can of worms you know very well will eat you alive. Mambo imechemuka ODM. Hapana leta mchezo kwenye kazi. Yeah, we shall be getting deeper into that story, but on page 2, parents worry as 844 learners face neglect amid CBE transition. What does that mean? 844 learners face neglect amid CBE. So it's a question of, are we implementing CBE and forgetting that we have 844 students? Our attention has shifted completely to CBE. And what will that do then to the 844 class that remains and equally needs to go through a proper education system, graduate and go through the processes and become the model citizens that you're looking forward to? And inside rigorous selection process shaping Starehe girls and boys. So Starehe girls and boys sent up hold unique admission combining academic merit with socio-economic vetting. Self-sponsored students helps fully sponsored peers, ensuring quality education reaches disadvantaged learners. And Mombasa Port receives first cruise ship. You know, wageni wanazidi kukuja. Nyinyi mnasema tuko 2026 tumerudi kazi. Wageni wamekuja kujivinjari Mombasa. And to all the visitors and tourists, we tell them karibu Kenya. Kenya hakuna matata. There's a friend of mine who's in Indonesia. Yeah. And it was his birthday yesterday. Happy birthday, Mwangi. And he went to this remote village, and he just finds a wall written Hakuna Matata. Wow. You know, deep in Indonesia, you know. Yeah. And he says just that alone brought the image of how small the world is, because who would have thought Hakuna Matata in Indonesia? Yeah. You know, how plastic jellyfish and squid are killing marine animals. Plastics. I was reading yesterday that in India alone per day, they like around 10,000 tons of plastic gets into their rivers every day. And that transitions through the rivers all the way to the ocean. So just think of India alone and think about the entire world and how much plastic we consume and how much of that ends up in the ocean. And calls on us all to just be responsible citizens, man, to pay the plastics vizuri as much as we need.
And it's something we can do. Yeah. We just need to make that deliberate move. There is one thing the late President Kibaki did. He banned dumping of garbage in the streets. Don't drop plastic papers or cups. You know, they try to install garbage cans bins and all that. And Kenyans took that up as a good thing to do. You know what we were talking about, moving with the masses. Once the people decide that this is the right thing to do, this environment does not need conferences. We don't need to go for the climatic change action. We just need to be responsible.
We need to be responsible. You know, at the end of the day, you know the reason why we have trash? Think of it. Why do we have trash today? It's because people have made a deliberate decision that this is something we do not need in our lives. Right? So they've decided to dump it. By dumping it, let's then take the next move and say, I will dispose these trash the right way.
Yeah, responsibly, and especially coming from a festive season. Imagine people in traffic and, you know, they are taking bottles of water and drinks. And you see an adult just dumping a piece of paper through the window, the car window, dumping a water bottle through the car window. And in some of these establishments, or even in some of our roads, you have these, cans where you're supposed to dump your waste. And you ask yourself, why do you want to throw it out of the window? Why do you want to throw it through the car window? So I think that the angle of personal responsibility and attitude really speaks boldly about our character as a people.
Mimi nasema, for us to deal with the dumping, let's go the Singapore ways. We want to go to Singapore. You're found dumping. You're whacked in the middle of the street. Why are we waiting? And you clean an entire street for 3 months. Shame.
And people need to realize it is not just one can or one plastic paper that accumulates and clogs the drainage system that will go down to the ocean and choke a turtle, a dolphin and all other fishes. So if you don't dump, just keep the trash in your car, empty it into a dustbin when you get home. If you're not driving whatever you're doing, put it in your bag and then be responsible. Just dispose it where it's supposed to go. Each one can make a change. I think we need to appoint ourselves as ambassadors of responsible dumping.
If that can be our resolution in unison together as a people, I mean, Kenya will be Singapore.
So let's call the Spice family. Let's call our Spice family members. Let us dump responsibly this year.
Let's look at the Daily Nation.
Sure. The Daily Nation, talks about tea. Kenyans are used to being served tea, but apparently our tea is not so good in Iran, because there's a story here about a tea baron who's had a deal of 3 billion, and this deal ended up costing Kenyans the market in Iran. The story continues in page 4 of the Daily Nation. It goes, in 2023, Cup of Joe was the company. A Kenyan tea exporter sealed a deal with Debshi, an Iranian firm, for consignment worth 20 million, or equivalent of 2.6 billion Kenya shilling, to $20 million, equivalent to 2 billion Kenya shilling. Mr. Kamau Kiminda, the local company's director, was no stranger to tea business, but he says, he was no stranger to the tea trade. The agreement appeared lucrative, and the company promptly shipped the consignment. But this was no ordinary transaction. Debs was at the center of a corruption scandal that would ultimately claim casualties in both Iran and Kenya. Iranian authorities say that upon the shipment's arrival in Tehran, they uncovered fraud. The tea, officials said, was not the premium product Debs had claimed, but a low-grade consignment. Cup of Joe was accused of importing low-grade tea into Kenya, blending it, and re-exporting it to Iran as premium Kenyan tea. Tehran protested to Nairobi, demanding investigation into Cup of Joe and its dealing with Debshi, as Iranian authorities began to unravel the firm's criminal activities. It's alarming. That's very alarming.
My question is, so Cup of Joe imported low-grade tea into the country.
Right.
We know our customs. We know our officers who were there. We know KEBS is there. And where were all these people when this low-grade tea was being imported in a country that grows premium tea? So as much as we look at this Joe guy, right? As much as we look at this Joe guy, questions are asked in terms of the entire structure and the authorities that be. So it is fine. Iran has complained to Kenya, but I say everyone in that line needs to be arrested and jailed and serve time.
And speaks boldly about our character as a people, really. When you begin to think about exporting low-grade tea, what really goes on in your mind, for a country that is known for tea, because that is really the premium that everyone is looking for. And so the character of the Kenyan person, and even the kind of due diligence that is done within the different sectors. For example, the tea family, don't they have a network that also can be able to self-regulate, and just let Cup of Joe realize that what you are doing is going to dent our image.
And you see, this, I think, is the time where, for such individuals who put the country in such precarious positions, I mean, I'll just say it. shame on you. Shame on you,
Big
because
shame.
what this goes to do is Iran will stop importing. People will lose jobs. You know, so you're making it difficult simply because you are one greedy individual who is self-centered and only thinks about yourself. Shame on you times 10 in 2026. Ni kuanika tukisonga.
Tena sana. It's unfortunate because now the farmers, they lost. That's a market that we lost, that Kenya lost. Iranian cancelled that transaction. They were no longer importing our Kenyan tea, not forgetting what happened to Sudan the other day. And then our farmers continue to toil in vain. And we should be converting our farmers into millionaires. They're the producers of the premium tea in the world. So something interesting, it'll be, we need to keep watch and see how that goes. Then page 5. You know, one cannot help but fall in love with Auditor General Nancy Katungo. She has a way of unveiling things and unraveling matters. She says, talking about some forensic audit of fuel levy collection, it is page 6 of the Daily Nation. Parliament has directed the Auditor General, Ms. Nancy Katungo, to carry out a forensic audit on the revenue generated from the fuel levy by the Kenya Roads Board for the financial year 2020, 2022 to 2022-2023. The National Assembly's Public Investment Committee on Commercial and Energy Affairs said the forensic audit should confirm the amount that the Kenya Revenue Authority collected and dispersed to the Roads Board, and the amount that was dispersed to road agencies in relation to fuel levy for stated period. Ms. Katungo had questioned the unreconciled road maintenance levy fund, saying the statement of financial position reflects receivables from a non-exchange transaction balance of 5.53 billion. She said that the maintenance levy fund grants receivable a balance of 5.08 billion from Kenya Roads Boards is included. However, the audited financial statements of the Kenya Roads Board reflect a road maintenance levy fund disbursement payable to Kenya Urban Roads Authority, a balance of 2.3 billion, resulting in a variance of 2.7 billion, which was not explained or reconciled, Ms. Katungo said. In the circumstances, the completeness and accuracy of grant receivables amounting to 4.177 billion could not be confirmed. It's interesting how money just disappears in Kenya.
Money never disappears. Money is taken, money is stolen. Let's just call it for what it is. In a system ya majambazi.
Right.
You know, in a system ya majambazi, there are individuals who are in these offices who are making sure that Kenyans do not get value for money. Because when you talk about this fund, remember, in every fuel that you put in your vehicle, right? When you pay your token, you are deducted. Kenyans pay for these taxes. We're talking about 5.1 billion. That is not pocket change. You know, that is money that has been stolen by someone. But you see, the beauty of it all is, unaona pesa. Pesa ni kama mtandao. It always has links. Traceability, you know. And all we hope is that every individual who is in this shady business will one day face the law. Nancy Katungo is doing a great thing. We only hope that other investigative agencies and forensics would then get in and arrest these individuals and put them where they belong. Tunataka kwenda Singapore. Again. Hawa watu lazima tuwapige kiboko asubuhi na mapema. I mean, we can't sit here and look at what can 5 billion do today.
I'm telling you.
And then on top of it, you hear a whole president, our president, saying that he wants to set up an infrastructure fund. So pilferage of billions happens annually, because this is not the first time.
Daily.
Yes,
you know, it reminds me of two things. One, the fact that the Council of Governors actually sued the National Treasury over some 10 billion roads maintenance levies for the budget. I think it was 2024-2025. That counties failed, to repair roads because money was not given to them. And now here, the Auditor General is actually helping us trace where this money, depending on what budget period we are talking about, the budget period in reference. Number two is a state of our roads, that they are so bad, and that sometimes you really have to struggle to even navigate through some of those roads. Yet you fuel your for those who have cars, borders, etc., you are the money is deducted, and you can't trace it.
Yet there is a thug seated somewhere who has pocketed
to steal it.
5 billion Kenya shillings. So today we can say that counties complained that they did not receive 10 billion bob, yet there is 5 billion bob that has already been stolen. So today, every Kenyan who's listening to us know that road that has not been repaired in your county, because we all belong to one county or the other, right? Is because someone has stolen your billions. So that's just where rubber meets the road. So when this money is stolen, never think of that guy is walking in with choppers, LX 570 and some nonsense. No. Your money has been stolen. You are unable to enjoy the quality of life you need because there is someone seated somewhere who has planned to steal this money so that you do not get the service. We have to connect the dots.
And even the disjointedness that we see in some of our agencies. So you have Kura, you have Kera, you have Kenha, you have this, you have that. It makes it so difficult to really underscore where is this money and who is responsible, so that when Kenyans begin to exercise citizen accountability, you know who to call out. It is so difficult sometimes to even imagine the class of road that you are talking about, and then the excuses, the back passing. Oh, we are Kera, that is not our road. That is for Kenha. You go to Kenha, that is not our road. That is a national highway, so it belongs to Kenha. I think even as the Auditor General is presenting some of these very important, fund transactions, we also have to, hold accountable various agencies and even ask them to also share their budget. So if you are Kera, how much did you receive?
And what did you do?
What roads
did you not receive?
Exactly. If you are Kura, what did you receive? What did you do? What didn't you do?
Because I think we have a problem. I look at it from a broader perspective because, like what you've said, you'd go to Kenha or Kera and they would say, this is not our road, we do not touch it, right? But then again, there is another department again. It's what it's in our systems. It is what is entrenched because you'd find in a road there is traffic. Someone has flouted traffic rules. There is a police vehicle there, right? And these guys will just wire wee, and the road will be open and they will go. But they would not arrest that person because that is not our job. You're in kazi at traffic. Which asks the question, at what point does your role as a police officer in maintaining law and order become a responsibility for another police officer and not, duplication of roles? So when you talk about these roads, whether it is a county road or whatever road, once they have been constructed, they feed into the larger network of the country. So why have all these agencies that makes it difficult for us to track where funds are going to, the expenditure, and just also in terms of how much you're paying to maintain those offices and how difficult it is to trace how we're spending the monies that we have and what they ought to do. It's a conversation I think
we need to have.
Precisely,
Everybody needs to get concerned. That's what you're saying.
We should.
As a road user, the reason you have that pothole right now as you're listening to us is because somebody somewhere in this regime failed to execute their mandate. They diverted the resources that would have made that road more motorable and we would have even reduced accidents, things we don't talk about. How many bumps do we have unmarked? How many bumps do we have wrongly placed? Unnecessarily bumps, and they just cause accidents. So I don't know who told our Ministry of Roads that bumps are a way of controlling traffic.
No, bumps are a way of not controlling traffic, but
controlling
bumps
speed
and avoiding accidents, pedestrians from being knocked out.
But that is ill-informed.
Yet you know that I'm supposed to put up a footbridge here. So they cut the shortcut, work a bump.
The pedestrian walk needs to be there.
And yet, on the same Daily Nation in page 1, the front page actually, we are talking about the death toll since January 1st, and this is happening on our roads.
We need to have more conversation, and people need to get involved. And then the last one would be on the page 10 of the same Daily Nation. It talks about court blocks withdrawal of case challenging rice import. Apparently, it says the High Court has blocked the full withdrawal of a constitutional case challenging the government's duty-free rice import program, ruling that the dispute raises serious public interest issues that must be heard to conclusion. In a ruling delivered in Kerugoya, the court allowed a senator and a ward rep from Kirinyaga to take over the petition after the original petitioners, the Farmers' Party, sought to abandon the case. The court warned that constitutional litigation cannot be terminated at will, where wider economic and public rights are at stake. The constitutional character of the petition, as pleaded, clearly raises constitutional issues of public participation, consumer rights, and violations of rights to property and life, among others. The court noted, citing a precedent that says courts must be mindful of the risk of abuse of process.
Well in. Because, you see, here we're talking about importation of duty-free rice, right? So let's ask the question, have we consumed all the rice from the farmers in the country for us to say we have a deficit, that we need to import? That's question number one.
Right.
And if that has been the practice that we produce less than what we need, what are we doing to bridge the gap? Because importing food to feed ourselves will never be the solution. The solution will be to produce the food ourselves so that it is affordable for the mwananchi, so that it grows the farmer, and so that manufacturing becomes a reality. Hii biashara ya kuimport kila kitu tuache. Because we are here talking about Galana Kulalu, we're talking about the Moya irrigation scheme. We're talking about the Ahero irrigation scheme. So if these are the areas that we know can grow rice, what are we doing to scale that up? Because one would say, we have people who've taken over land and everything, but are we having conversations in terms of government to the people and saying, please, give this land to us so that we can produce food. We will relocate you to place A, B, C, D where you can live. But at the end of the day, when we have more rice, we will have a rice factory in Ahero. We'll have a rice factory in Moya. And these will feed into the economy of the region. Ama sisi tunakaa tunasema, Osido, kuna tenda. Kuna tenda.
The allocation of the duty-free rice import, I hear it was awarded to an individual, friends of this regime. And what this does, it has a very huge ripple effect because it kills the rice market. The duty-free rice is imported, it becomes cheaper in the market than the locally produced rice. That's why if you go to Kirinyaga County, you find they have a lot of storage of rice that they would have otherwise sold to the Kenyan market. So as you're saying, that farmer now becomes demotivated. They have invested. Another season comes in, they have not disposed of what they had harvested. So that's how we don't grow the farmer. That's how we kill our local market. We must have these serious conversations and agree until we have a proper deficit. But again, there is no hope with this regime.
Are you saying that my New Year resolution is dented?
Oh yeah, yes, heavily.
But even as we talk about, Singapore, and rice farming, industrialization is one of those big investments that Singapore had, many years when they started their country. And they opened up the space for big investors to come in and, invest in industrialization. We ask ourselves, this country called Kenya, what is our value for industrialization when we have, companies like Moya Millers, irrigation schemes like in Ahero. And talking about rice, we cannot run away from sugarcane farming and, sugar growing in this country. What is the level of government investment to be able to, upscale, bring in value addition to the farmers, whether big or small? The conversations that we have every day around investment in big irrigation schemes. You spoke about Galana Kulalu. What is the level of investment and what's happening there? So we really have to be conscious about industrialization if we really want to fly to Singapore, because otherwise we are losing it. And then number two is a small and medium and small micro enterprises. Because along these big investment schemes, Ahero, Moya, Mumias, Sony, etc., there are many other, schemes that are taking place there. What is the level of investment of government to be able to also boost their productivity and even help them to get into networks of women, youth, persons with disability, and therefore have funds like Nyota, this big program that government is talking about. Funds like Youth Fund, Women Fund, access to government procurement opportunities to boost, what we are calling industrialization and job creation for citizens. So I think there are lots of. So the dream is big, but the small bits of pieces to be able to fix the dream to make it real to the people. I don't think there is that conscious decision.
There's a time in this country when you would go to Mumias and there was even this school was called Buka, and it was a big school because it was being run by the factory, and you look at what that did, the economy of the region. You go to Sony Sugar. I come from Muriri. I went. It's just a walking distance. When Sony Sugar was Sony Sugar, the biashara that was there, you go to Nzoia, you go to all these places, and today, because the sugar industry is non-existent pretty much, you look at the devastation and what that has done to these areas. It's sad. I was over Christmas. I was at home, and initially just getting to Awendo was difficult because there was biashara. Everyone was in. It was a busy small center. But today it is deserted because there is no money moving around. If the government would just pause, and I know we gave farmers bonuses, yet there's no profit that these factories made, right? If we only invested back into these industries and say in 2026 until June we are revamping Mumias Sugar so that it can operate at full capacity. Then from June to say December we are improving Sony Sugar so that we have all these factories back and running. We will not be importing sugar from Brazil. We will be taking care of our business back at home,
and we will be creating employment for the citizens of the Republic.
We know what we need to do, we just don't want to do it.
No, we just have the wrong people. We expect the wrong people to do what needs to be done.
And the moment of the hour is coming when that decision has to be made, when we have the next election, really. So between now and then, we have to think about, the kind of life we are living, the kind of people that we want to help us in navigating the terrains of making this life better and precisely the country a better place for all of us.
May I ask the question, So, with where we are as a country, Kenyans and all the concerns that they have today, are Kenyans tired enough? Are Kenyans so tired that when it gets to election day 2027, Kenyans will get out there and vote for a leader? I'm not talking about the president. I don't care who's going to be the president. I'm talking about Kenyans will vote for that leader who will bring change to this country. That leader who will look at the road maintenance levy fund and say this money will do what it's supposed to do. That when you're talking about garbage collection, it is intentional. Or will Kenyans just again go back to the historic rewind play of voting in people simply because they gave you 100 shillings? Are Kenyans that tired?
Good question. That I want to top it up and say, are they angry enough to keep giving money? You pay someone to do a job but they don't do it. Are you angry enough? Would you pay a conductor or a driver of a matatu? Let me break it down. And then you are left at the stage, but you have paid for you to be taken to Nairobi or for you to be taken to Singapore. Because that is what we do. We give the government money in all forms of manner of taxes and levies and fines for them to do a specific task, which they do not do. Are you angry enough? Are you serious that you don't want to continue giving out your money to a government that robs you? Because that is fraud. If somebody else takes your money, they don't deliver the service or the good, you take them to court. Now, the court that we have is coming up on the 10th of August 2027, where we must subject this government to scrutiny and vote, as you say, a president who will come and transform. That money that we give must mean something.
And in meaning something, really, what are the options that we have? Who are the choices that Kenyans are being given? And that really calls upon institutions that are supposed to help Kenyans to churn through the characters that we have, the leaders that are going to vie for the various positions, the opportunity to vet them effectively. So that I imagine a scenario where a Leadership and Integrity Act says you are corrupt, Kevin Osido, there's money which this and that, your name has not gone very well, unfortunately you cannot run, despite running on a very strong political party, but because you are dented, you are dirty, we cannot allow you to run. That you are an idiot at an organization and money got lost, we are still investigating, you cannot run. So those institutions really, like IEBC, must stand very strong and tall. EACC must come stand very strong and tall to help Kenyans to understand that this process is not just to cast a vote. The process has to be also very watertight.
At the end of the day, you look at it, I, as Dennis has said, I don't know if you guys would do it. If I know that someone is a thief, there is no way I'm giving them a job or having them closer to me. So it is in the same criteria that perhaps Kenyans need to start looking at leaders who present themselves, and we need to interrogate the background. How did this how did this person make their first million? What do they stand for? Are they people that we can trust? And as we plan to get to 2027, 2026, our politics, let's get there. It is 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Kenya Pipeline Company will be listed on the Nairobi Securities Exchange this January, President William Ruto has announced. Ruto said the listing will deepen Kenya's capital markets and urged Kenyans to take advantage of the opportunity.
Hii Januari tunauza hisa ya kampuni ya Kenya Pipeline. Kujeni sasa mununue shares ile stock exchange, kwa sababu mmewachana na hii stock theft. Sasa kujeni tufanye stock exchange na Wakenya wengine wote. Mko tayari? Na tumesema itauziwa kila mtu, hata mtu mdogo, hata kama uko na shilingi 200, 300 kuja nunua. Ndio saa ile tunatangaza profit, wewe uko ndani huko unachukua yako, unaenda unaendesha maisha yako. Umeelewana?
Preliminary investigations into the death of former cabinet minister and veteran politician Cyrus Jirongo indicate the incident was a road traffic accident, with no evidence so far suggesting foul play. The director of criminal investigations said this in a statement on Monday. The DCI said Jirongo died on the night of December 13th, 2025 at Karai area along the Nakuru-Nairobi highway. Investigators were dispatched to the scene immediately to establish the circumstances surrounding his death. As part of the investigation, statements were recorded from several key witnesses, including 7 passengers from the Climax bus involved. 7 ODM MPs have called on Party Secretary General Edwin Sifuna and National Assembly Minority Leader Junet Mohammed to refrain from their public spats, warning it threatens party unity. The dispute stems from disagreements over former President Uhuru Kenyatta's role and campaign support for the late Raila Odinga in the last general election. Speaking at a press conference, the MPs led by Rariadas Otiende Amolon and Millie Odhiambo of Suba North urged the two leaders to resolve their differences through internal dialogue.
We call upon the party's elected leadership and the wider membership to uphold the tenets of unity and camaraderie espoused by the late Raila Odinga. It is time to walk back on the rhetoric and come together to build a strong party ahead of next year's general elections. Given the positions of trust bestowed on them, we urge the party officials, including Secretary General Senator Edwin Sifuna and the National Assembly Minority Leader Honorable Junet Mohammed, to desist from public verbal slurs and return to the table for internal discussions.
They also called on party leader Oburu Ginga to convene a National Executive Committee meeting to address disputes that are likely to split ODM.
We encourage the party leader to call for an internal spitting session to avoid the ongoing mudfest.
Our challenges are self-inflicted. We must come as a party and look inwardly and solve our issues internally and stop blaming other people. We are the ones inflicting harm upon ourselves. We are creating a lot of confusion with our membership.
Meanwhile, Migori Senator Ndu Okoh has written to Oburu demanding Sifuna be expelled from ODM and removed from all party and Senate leadership positions over gross misconduct. Okoh accuses Sifuna of associating with a rival party and opposing the party's participation in the broad-based government arrangement. This even comes as ODM Deputy Party Leader and Mombasa Governor Abdul Swamad Nasir has written to Senator Oburu calling for an urgent Central Management Committee meeting. Nasir says the infighting is worrying supporters ahead of the next general election. Delcy Rodriguez has been sworn in as Venezuela's interim president in a parliamentary session that began with demands for the release from U.S. custody of ousted leader Nicolas Maduro. Rodriguez, aged 56, vice president since 2018, said she was pained by what she called the kidnapping of Maduro and his wife Celia Flores, who were seized by U.S. forces in an overnight raid on Saturday. In dramatic scenes inside a New York courtroom 2 hours earlier, Maduro insisted he was still the president of Venezuela as he pleaded not guilty to 4 charges of drug trafficking and terrorism. Meanwhile, the U.S. faced sharp criticism at the UN, but the U.S. ambassador said the largest energy reserves in the world could not be left in the hands of an illegitimate leader, a fugitive from justice. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Like now, you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we may find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And it is exactly 7 minutes after 7 a.m. Welcome to the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. We continue to have discussions and conversations on matters that affect the country. But even as we talk about that, we want to tell you about having a plan, you know. And so this is a situation where we see a lot of you out there who are killing it now. You're crushing your goals and you're making moves. But to be honest with yourself for a second, do you ever have that moment, that internal voice that says, everyone else has a plan but me? I really need to get my act together. That feeling of needing to get your future locked down is real. But listen, getting a plan doesn't have to be intimidating or elitist. That's why I'm talking about ICEA Lion. They're cutting through the noise and making financial planning relatable. Whether you're just starting out or looking to secure comfortable retirement, they have plans to help you build wealth, protect your assets, and prosper with retirement security. So today, we want to just have you to stop worrying about the future and start planning for it, because worrying will not help it, planning will. well. Get it easy, get the easy personal and plan that works for you. The question is, what's your plan? Find out more at icealine.co.ke. This is where your plan is at. Just make that call and make yourself be part of a conversation that will change your life for the better. But even as we talk about just having that plan, you know, there is that talk about once in a lifetime chance to win a dream getaway, all thanks to KCB Bank winning card. You know, we're just from the holidays, everyone is from one destination or the other having a good time, but KCB is telling you, we're giving you another opportunity to go back and enjoy yourself. Who doesn't want a good life? Me, I don't know about you guys, but I do. So here's how it works now. If you bank with KCB and pay using your KCB debit, credit or a prepaid card, you get a chance to win every single time that you pay. So whether you're buying groceries, fueling your car, grabbing lunch or shopping online, just pay with your KCB card and you get a chance to enter weekly, monthly and grand prize draws. Now weekly winners will walk away with 10,000 bob. What will 10,000 bob do for you today? It's January, just from spending huge chunks over December. What will 10,000 do for you today? And monthly winners will walk away with 100,000 shillings, and the grand prize, a holiday getaway to Zanzibar for two, including flights, accommodation and exciting excursions, all these as the grand prize. So remember, paying with your KCB card isn't just safe and convenient, it could make you the winner. The more you pay using your KCB card, the better your chance of winning. So use your KCB card today, the winning card. Terms and conditions apply. Remember, KCB Bank is for the people, and it is for what again? For the better. KCB Bank, for the people and for the better. You know, we are from a very sad week pretty much, because the country has seen accidents that happened in Nairobi, at that building that went down. And the question that we're asking today is it by design? Is it that individuals have failed Kenyans in terms of code and respect of law? And it is a conversation that I think we must have as Kenyans in terms of what the law says, what code says, and what we must do to ensure that such incidents do not happen in the country. And to help us just canvas this conversation is Professor Kamanya, who is a policy and governance expert and also an architect, and Anthony Mushiri, who is Kenya Red Cross Emergency Preparedness and Response Manager. And you're talking about disaster by design. Professor, good morning and Happy New Year to you. Kosalama?
Happy New Year. We're very fine, actually.
Very fine, eh? Hiyo ni mzuri sana. I heard you and Osido here have a discussion about what is a ritual that needs to happen. I don't know.
But it's good. It's right for those accidents. We come from the same village.
Yeah, Prof is a good man, because akiwa huku jijini, he's in a very sleek suit. When you meet him in the village, he's in a very short. And he looks like a real villager.
Anthony Mushiri from Kenya Red Cross. He is an emergency preparedness and response manager. Happy New Year to you, sir.
Happy New Year.
I like the outfit, but I see you even have the badging and everything. Eh?
He's ready, prepared.
He's prepared. This is disaster preparedness.
So we should be having discussion as well on matters to do with disaster preparedness, and whether as a country we have accustomed ourselves, or whether we are ready to respond to disasters adequately and in a fashionable way, that we are able to save life and avoid future disasters that will happen. But Professor, you are an architect. We've had discussions before in terms of planning of a country, planning of a city, and what needs to be done, the code that there is. And we look at disasters that continue to happen, especially in Nairobi, buildings coming down every other time, and nothing seems to be changing. Where are we dropping the ball?
You know, it's interesting. If you look at the history of development control and planning in this country, from colonial times till now, what you'll find is that, of course, there are fewer professionals. I keep telling people that by 1934, there was no architect and planner in charge of anything in this country. That used to be done from Cape Town, and there was order in the country. by independence, again, we did not have very many professionals. We did not have structures, actually. The East African Institute of Architects is the one that was the only institution that existed that used to even approve buildings. And there were hardly any disasters. And we saw, I think the watershed was Sunbeam, 1996. That was Moi's time. Kenyans had never experienced a disaster of that magnitude, where 16 people died. And again, there were fewer structures. In fact, it's after that now the country created a plethora of institutions to ensure that buildings don't collapse. The multi-agency thing was created. We had a unit in the ministry that just looks at building safety and audits. We had we of course later on we ended up with NCA. Now we have a code. We have the regulators, the barracks, and so on. In addition to this, after devolution, a lot of counties enacted disaster response laws. Nairobi itself has updated its development control code, and the country has a new building code and so on. But if you look at the number of disasters that have happened after that, you could think that these disasters were waiting for these institutions to be established so that they could arrive. Exactly.
And no internet.
Yeah. So, I mean, we've had very many disasters, very, very many disasters post-Sunbeam. In fact, we are building disasters almost every other month and so on. So the question we should be asking ourselves is that where is the problem? Is it lack of institutions? The answer definitely is no. We have more institutions than we've ever had from independence dealing with this matter of building safety and building disasters. Even when it comes to issues of enforcement, we now have a lot more institutions trying to enforce. And I think this is where we have to actually come to terms with where the rain started beating us. I'm convinced that the buildings are collapsing because of corruption. Not because God is punishing us for being corrupt, but because the prevalence of corruption in the construction industry has reached ridiculous levels. I work in this sector. A client, for example, came to my office, told me, how long would it take me to get an approval for a high-rise building in Kilimani? I told him, take a leave, 3-4 months. Everything, all compliance is in place. That's approval from the county. And the guy then disappeared. So after about 3 weeks, I called the guy, and the fellow told me, Professor, you're not serious. You're telling me 3-4 months to get approvals. I told him, yeah. He told me, I already have it. Like, how? When you're coming to me, the building wasn't even designed. In 3 weeks, the building has been designed and approvals have been granted. How is that possible? Corruption. And I'm telling you, corruption has made it very difficult for professionals to do their work in this country. And has made it extremely easy for thugs, quacks, fellows who are willing to part with money to do whatever they actually want to do.
I mean, Anthony, just off what the professor has said, in terms of we have code, we have the law, we have everything that directs all this. Yet we see that people are cutting corners every other day. Corruption is the currency today. In terms now from where you sit from a response angle, just how difficult is your job today? Because you're not sure that a day would go or a month would go without a building going down. The professor says, disasters happen every other day. Just how difficult is your work today as compared to before? To just paint a picture of how crazy things are.
It's still sad. I cry for my country. The thing is, beyond the buildings and going around into other disasters, be it fire, be it road traffic accidents, it's full-time on call. Full-time on call, and I mean, unlike the building codes that exist, we don't have even an authority to manage us. So the DRM bill has not yet gone through, so we don't have like a law proper. So what is happening is what Prof has mentioned. Counties are having to come up with their disaster risk management bills and take them through, so they have bylaws or laws that govern or control how disaster we prepare for them and we respond to the same. But coming back to your question is, every day we're on call. Every day the fire teams are out there responding to a fire or so. And it's stretching the little systems that there be. On average, if you look at ratios, talk about standard for emergency first responders are 1 to every 200, and you look at our numbers, we're not anywhere even starting to scratch the surface.
Well, what are we doing? Well, what's the numbers in Kenya? 1, 2?
I wouldn't even try to imagine. I wouldn't want to go there. If I look at Red Cross, for instance, as an organization, we have over 300,000 volunteers, around about 700 staff or so. But give or take, these are the people on call every day. I want to echo National Police Service. Whenever we respond out there, we're always finding them on ground. But it's a dire situation where it's just stretched out. It's stretched out to the point where, like now, while we were at the building, another mall, there was a gas explosion in some mall down in Eastlands, and now we have to divide out teams. Remember, this is the same lean team that's always responding, and we've become friends now as first responders because we're meeting each other in all these incidences. So the numbers are very thin, and the disasters are many. The occurrences and reputation of many disasters or accidents is quite high now, and we just left out to a different imagination. My challenge to the country and everyone is usually, would you like, for instance, if you're out there, we're just coming from a holiday season, you're out there vacationing in Mombasa, and your tourist boat, this glass bottom boats capsizes, would you want that there are professionals who can rescue your family, yourself, out of that situation? You get into a road accident, would you want that there are professionals to retrieve you, to like extricate you from the mangled? That's a big question, because we seem not to look at it from a point of it will happen to me. It's like we're living every day on denial until it happens, and of course when it happens we'll quickly just say Paul and we move on.
Well, Anthony, you paint a very dark picture.
It is dark one.
Because when we talk about disasters, we're talking about loss of life and loss of capacity, because a lot of people live in incapacitation after those who survive. And then I wonder, the essence of architecture, Prof, was so that we can design how we want to inhabit our environment. That's why we have this zoning, we have boroughs, we have estates, we have, to make sure that every time you have a habitation or a population living somewhere, the same way you want to provide water, the same way you want to provide management of sewer system and all that, the same way we should be prepared enough to know that, because disasters, accidents will happen, you'll be able to respond in time, you'll be able to offer the required support. But once we get into now the actual planning of our country, be it a county, be it an estate, at what point do we lose this? Is there no, like you talk of approvals. For a building to get approvals, I would want to imagine there are certain checklists they must satisfy. One, involving even an exit. In case there is a fire, incident. But what is this that does not happen, that allows for these buildings to be put up and compromise a very essential factor of rescue and safety?
Yeah, actually, this is the core area I work in. I've done quite a bit of codes. I'm actually the one who was who did the code for Afghanistan, Kabul, and the whole country. And I've done the code for Malawi, again the capital and the whole country, including rural areas. And we've done the code. We did the revision of the code for Uganda. For some reason, I could not participate in the Kenya one, but I participated as a citizen, which took forever and eventually came out last year.
Yes.
Despite the fact that those who are financing the code told the country that this is the guy we normally, is an expert in this area.
Okay.
And we've worked in a lot of areas. And I also do sit in the International Building Qualities Center, located both at Washington, D.C. and Australia, Canberra. And that is the global space that gives guidelines on building codes and building standards. And if you look at the entire thing, what you always say is that the whole building code, if you look at it, from planning, how you plan the spaces that you live, you get into the materials, you get into the building services, electricity, water, and all those sort of things. The building fabric. The entire code is always about building safety. That's the key thing. It's always about safety of people. And safety from first principles. And Mushiri can tell you, it's not just about sometimes these disasters, the impact is because of the broader environment that the disasters happen in. Yes, of course, we're looking at a collapsed building here, but a common one like was highlighting, which nobody even notices. I think the media stopped reporting a fire. Disasters, particularly in our case in slums and informal settlements and so on. And if you're asked, the one task that county development control and development approval should be doing is safety, nothing more. As long as they ensure that this document that has been presented will create a safe environment for citizens, and then enforce it, basically we'll not be having any issue, because the safety standards in the code, even the ones we're using now, are very high. The possibility, any basic structure, the structural safety is normally almost 100% extra. So the possibility of that building collapsing is almost zero. In some cases, of course, out there, like in Afghanistan, we look at even things like earthquakes. We look at events that only happen like once. If we look at flooding, we look at 1 to 100 years. Worst case scenario.
Yes.
And we plan for it. But like I was saying, the whole of this is made nonsense of when you have a situation where what is being approved is very different from what is being implemented. And why is that the case? Corruption. When people, when counties tell us that they don't have resources, I always tell people, try making repairs on your house. It will take less than 1 hour before some fellow from county will be there.
Yes.
Asking whether you actually have approvals. Yeah. Try painting, just painting, not even whatever. The fellows will be there. So the issue, and it's not just Nairobi, that is everywhere. That is in Kajiado. That is, these days they even go to rural areas. So the issue for me still is really not lack of resources. In fact, we put more resources on these things than ever done in this country. We even put resources for disaster response by law. And those are the resources that get spent. 5% of the county budget is meant to actually go to these things. And this is actually, and that's partly why we need to call out these guys where it is. Like even this particular building that collapsed. You're pleading, you've gone and stopped a building from being built because it's violating what was approved.
Yes.
People continue building. And you're not just Omenya, you are the National Construction
government.
Authority.
Yes.
You're government.
Yes.
And as government, then you go to court. And people continue building.
In such instances, Prof, whom should we hold responsible in terms of institutions? Because, as you say, even they had stopped the construction of the building.
Right.
The violation was notable enough.
Right.
Whom should we hold responsible?
You see what happens these days, and I think the road sector is an interesting one, where somebody breaches traffic rules, and And by the way, this is not even a government person.
Yeah.
This is just somebody because of the car they're driving, or because they know
someone.
They prayed for somebody in Venezuela. People are removed from the road. So this guy can, and who is removing them from the road? Government. It's police. And we have this situation where, in this country, we are saying if you're rich, if you have money, then you're actually above the law. Government goes to court to try to stop you. So these are the weakness of governance that we are actually talking about. Because really, I look at some of these things. I'm saying, surely, as government, with all the instruments you have, including the instrument of violence and death,
yes,
you cannot stop a crook who is planning to kill people.
So whom do we blame?
But it's government. It is still government because we put a government in place to protect us, and a whole lot of citizens are. Including some fellows in government there, are making nonsense of this. Are basically telling you, do you know whom I am? Really? And look, my friend, do you really know whom I am? Get out of this place. Get out of this place. And that's a person who, in fact, we should be having power over. But yeah, so on one hand, of course, we have the corruption bit.
Yes.
And of course, the other side, we have impunity. They're two sides of the same coin. That there are people who actually consider themselves in this country above the law, and we've seen this thing even on TV. I remember there was a case at some point in Kitengela where somebody said, "Look here, get out of this place. I'm the friend of the president." And people actually got out of the place.
Wow, Mushiri, we have just a growing concern because you come in after the disaster has happened. You come in to try and clear the mess and correct the mistake, and unfortunately to try and save lives or retrieve bodies. But I'm just wondering whether sometimes you have the latitude to flag disasters that are in waiting.
Yes.
From the position where you sit. Because nowadays we even hear that just here around Wilson Airport, some high-rise buildings have come up and they are interfering with the airports. So do you have that latitude? Do you have that space where you could flag and say, as a country, there is a disaster in waiting?
Two answers to this. In a way to speak to the law, not quite. In a way to influence population and communities, yes. So we've done a lot of disaster risk reduction, if you like. That's what I can look into. And for us, localization looks at, let me speak to like flooding, which has also been a big disaster in our country.
And it's coming.
And whenever...
It's coming in April. We'll be dying again.
Whenever the weatherman alerts us or gives us those alerts that it's going to flood downstream in certain areas, then we go out of a way to send triangulated messages to communities. As such, they're able to self-evacuate before the disaster hits. So in terms of influencing, we're big on disaster risk reduction. We're big on localization, where we train the communities on how to respond to their own disasters. Remember, these are their first responders. We want to, and imagine we call ourselves first responders, but you're not. The community, whoever is caught in between that hazard to the level of their vulnerability, then they become the first responder. The moment you see fire in your house and you grab someone next to you and get them out, you're already rescuing. The neighbor, whoever screams and the neighbor responds as a second responder. Whoever now calls out to the police or to our emergency number, which is 199, that's then and only then how we come in as fast responders. But look at it, we are at third level. So we've put a lot of investment into communities by training them in disaster risk reduction and how to save themselves before we get there. Remember, I talked and alluded to the fact that our numbers are so lean vis-a-vis the magnitude and scale of disasters we're having to respond to. So as Kenya Red Cross, the bigger picture has always been disaster risk reduction. How much can you prevent before it occurs to the people, and how do people then deal with it even before we respond out there?
And Mushiri, one of the biggest gaps, I think, is actually two things. One is coordination between national and county governments. For instance, we see now in Nairobi, there's the building menace. Cabinet secretaries from left, right, and sector, speaking. Everybody wants to put a face. And then the second thing is, of course, capacity. And you're decrying the number of respondents, whether first or second or whatever level. Do you think that our government agencies have the capacity to be able to respond to disaster and talk about, for instance, the multi-level of disasters that could happen? Nairobi blows up. Talk about Mandera, something is happening. You go to Busia. What kind of coordination do you see happening? And do we have the capacity, even as we talk about the numbers, the shortcuts that people can share, the feedback? Do we as a country, and have even thought about the multi-level disaster that could happen within a week or at any given time in a span of, say, the shortest time possible? Does Kenya have the capacity to respond to multi-level disaster? And two is, have we done enough to be able to address the coordination issues? I know that disaster response is devolved. The Constitution basically gives that responsibility to county governments, and that's why we are talking about the budgets. Yeah. But do we have the coordination infrastructure between counties themselves and, of course, national government?
The direct answer is no. Coordination has come down to the point of passion. We have what is called the Incident Command System, and currently the National Disaster Management Unit, the Kenya Police wing of managing disasters, is the Incident Command.
Yeah.
As I said, when I started off, we've gotten to a point where we're becoming friends because responding to these different disasters, but it's the same personnel. So within the ICS system, then it's easy to decide who takes control of a particular disaster, given the amount of either skills or equipment they're bringing on the table, and who got into the space first. Most counties are also coming up in a good way in terms of coordination, the likes of Mombasa, what you've seen out there. But at the crux of it is still tough because we don't have an authority which would have specialized units, for instance, for search and rescue, people who would go under the rubble, people who would go under the water to recover. We are reduced at times to the point where, can we call the Navy to come and assist here? But is it that the Navy are just seated waiting for this particular disaster? How about if it happens in Turkana? What is the turnaround time before they get to Turkana? So to answer you correctly,
think about the
our
Barasa,
counties, yes,
terrorist attack.
And the turnaround time it took. When we have mass casualty incidences, for instance, if we have a train derailing somewhere in Savo and another major disaster in Kisumu, then we'll really be spread thin. I do know, and for some reason, God protects us. When we had post-election violence, it's like all the banditry attacks in the borders stopped. There were no other shocks around the country. It was just this one big disaster we were managing. You get the drift? So in terms of mass casualty incidences, we still have a long way to go. It's time for counties to be keen on that 5% which is allocated to disasters and really invest much more. What there is that accidents will occur. We can disaster risk reduce as much as we can, but an accident will occur. And when it happens, then we need the right set of people to respond to this.
I mean, Prof, I want to look at the code that we're talking about from a layman point of view. The codes that you're talking about is all about safety. It is why we write this code to ensure that buildings that you're putting up is safe for inhabitants. It is safe for even for emergency services to access these buildings. Now, here we are looking at a situation where we have built very beautiful buildings and all that, right? But even at the construction period, so there was never follow-up from, say, 4 floors. Was there enforcement officers who came to ensure that this building is up to code, that Y9 or Y10 that is used is that proper steel that was used, Is it the correct mixture of cement that is being used, In terms of curing process, how long has it taken to cure? Because here we're talking, like, if you just look at the building that you're talking talking about, the initial code was for 12 buildings. It was extended to around 16. It was stopped at some point. And you look at the replication of how many other buildings have gone down in the city, and one would assume that we have sat down and decided to do things right. But you've said corruption is the currency. So from where we sit today, one would say, because we've seen buildings going down, there was an architect on ground, one would assume. There was a structural engineer on ground, right, who are also buttressed by those from the county. But everyone who was in these buildings failed.
Correct.
These bodies that should be there to ensure that enforcement does happen, the architects, the engineers that are there, have they let Kenyans down? And can Kenyans today say we trust our engineers and architects?
You're actually right. In fact, I cannot defend these particular professionals. Let me just explain how in theory, this is meant to work, and how serious professionals then execute buildings. And basically looking at the most common of the failures, because there are the other failures like fire and stuff like that that are built in the code. But let's look at structure and structural failure, which really is the most common of these high-rise buildings. You see, when you do your approvals, you do the architectural approvals, and then you do the structural approvals. And in that structural approvals, you're expected to have the geotech information of the place. And then you're not just meant to send structural drawings. You're meant to do actual structural calculations. And you submit the calculations alongside the drawings, showing how you've dealt with the different forces that are going to act on this building, from the ground conditions to issue the building weight itself, to the issues of the wind loading and so on in the building. All those things, the engineer then does the calculations and then proceeds with the specifications, the ones you're talking about now, so that we are clear in terms of, say, the mix of concrete, that this is the correct mix, because we use different mixes depending on the structural purpose of that building element. So there are enforcement, again, all those things are done. So basically, the county approves that. Then the next thing that is meant to happen is that the professionals are meant to supervise the contractor to ensure that what was designed is what was built. Yes, that is number one. But secondly, when it comes to issues around strength of materials, the engineer, I'm just isolating this one aspect, is actually meant to be doing regular tests to see that, particularly on the concrete, the steel can be a once-off. But in fact, most of the time it's not. We just rely on good quality suppliers. But the concrete is normally very critical, because many things can go wrong with the concrete mix. You may end up with a situation where there's too much sand, that concrete is weak. You may end up with a situation where there's too much ballast, that concrete is weak. To even the ratio of water weakens concrete. So that has to be gotten right. And normally, to ensure that that is done properly, we normally get samples. We call them cube tests that then we take for testing. They cost nothing. In fact, the test costs like around 500 shillings. To do a cube test. So that's just how it is. And you're preventing deaths outside there. And they're expected of buildings. We ensure, we do that even for, as we do it even for residential buildings. Because it costs us nothing. Just isolating the cube. And there are very many agencies that do it. We have government agencies that do it, universities do it. A lot of these TVETs, have those. They're pretty basic tests. Now, we have part of the money that is paid for approval is actually for supervision by the county itself, to ensure that you built what you had actually designed. So, and I'm stopping there for effect. That is the one thing that I've never seen happen in the whole of my professional life. We pay for it. There's somebody who's meant to come from the county to say, Omenya, your enforcement is this. What you're seeing on the ground is something different. Omenya, your layout is this. what you're seeing is different. What we normally see in these counties, the enforcement officers, most of them, they'll come on site there, and they will not look at these technical bits at all. They will not look at this.
Perhaps because they don't know. They are not well capacitated.
That is
know
true.
What to look for.
And they don't know, and they're not interested. They're not interested in that at all. What they're interested in is very I would call them very low level compliance that have nothing to do with whatever. Basically, it is quick money.
Yes.
So the fellows will come in and say, Omenya, look, your people don't have PPEs, and give us 20K.
Yeah.
On the site signboard, you've not put the approval number.
Prof, I think that's a very key
so we have
thing.
a big gap there.
That's a very key thing,
Yes.
and I think it's something we may want to discuss moving forward. The quality of the the inspectorate department of
Yes.
our county county councils,
Correct.
because they're the ones who should be coming to make sure that this the enforcement that are of quality inspection ought to be happening.
Correct.
However, I want to
And sorry, let me just add something.
right.
This is also where the rain starts beating us, because these guys, one of the things they do is to make money from your non-compliance. So somebody tells you, look, Professor, see nyumba ni kidogo, siongeze room.
Now
we can do this.
I know.
Expand this, do this, so that you don't comply.
Yes.
And then they can get the bribes.
And so this comes from the enforcement officers?
Exactly.
And once you pay,
This
you're
actually
rendered
happens.
as compliant.
So you go in there. In fact, of course, how it starts is that you yourself are not complying as the developer. What was approved is different from what you're building. And this guy arrives there, and instead of stopping you, what the fellow does, and this I can say on air without any fear of conviction, what the fellow does is to tell you, Professor, kumbe hii ni nyumba yako. Naona mnataka kuongeza hapa kidogo. Mimi ndio niko in charge ya hii mahali.
Ukinipanga tutakuwa
nitawashughulikia. In fact sasa mimi ndio niko yeyote akikuuliza nipigie simu.
But Prof, let me ask from a very concerning element. Once they were clearing the wreckage from this Eastleigh incident, at some point they had to stop because they said an adjusted building was also shaking.
Exactly. Yeah.
So we have seen how the houses have grown, as people say, in the Eastleigh area. What are the levels of concern currently, given what has happened? Because if those are two buildings, one has gone down, the other one is shaky. And remember, a few months ago, I think last year, we had to bring down a house in Mombasa because of structural concerns.
Exactly.
So how safe is now the Eastleigh area for human occupation? What are the levels of safety from a professional, non-political point of view? Because we are agreeing that the governor has failed because he's the one who is in charge of the county. The CS has failed, the CS housing, who is in charge of all these regulations. But now we have to look, because I would want a situation where we don't need Moshiri, because that would mean we don't have disasters, we don't have lives that need to be saved.
Exactly.
But should he be preparing for more damages to come in?
Oh yes, definitely.
From Eastleigh?
Oh, what do you mean? I mean, this country, this county, Nairobi, and others, is a disaster in waiting. It is big disaster, because just like we're saying, we have all these gaps. We cannot guarantee even the buildings. Already we have National Building Inspectorate. National Building Inspectorate has flagged thousands of buildings, by the way. Thousands, not just hundreds. And then there are some buildings that they've already said, no, these ones, please, you should not occupy them.
Vacate.
And those are in the hundreds already marked. Of course, some people have gone to court against that inspectorate. But if you look at how the inspectorate works, the inspectorate works on it is not, they don't start from a technical. It's on suspicion, more or less, and basically non-compliance, where they're saying this building really did not comply in basic things, approvals were not done, and so on. A professional wasn't involved. And it seems to be having cracks and so on. So it's a suspect building. So the point I'm actually saying here, the suspicious ones are running into thousands. They've already been picked.
Wow.
Mind you, the National Building Inspectorate does not have the resources to look at all the buildings around the country. They only look at the obvious ones, and those are running into thousands.
Anthony,
if you remove the less obvious ones, you know, there are also others that have problems, and the inspectorate has not seen them. Then there are others that have problems that have not manifested yet.
Yeah.
Because there's been no collapse next to them. There's been no. I mean, the loading. You know the way loading works. And compressive loading and building failure. It doesn't happen overnight.
Yes.
Yeah. The stress builds pole. Yeah. So you have a situation where the building is weak structurally, but it can still hold the load for some time. Then, as time goes on, you start seeing the cracks, and eventually it actually comes down. So in my own estimation, actually, and given the way this has been manifesting around. We need to, in fact, I really sympathize with Anthony because the government has thrown him under the bus, left him there alone. We are looking at more and more disasters happening. And people not only take shortcuts, but in fact they go to court to protect those disasters, to ensure that the disasters actually happen.
Yeah, Prof, that's really a grim picture that you're painting. So
it is.
It's the Vituka ground picture, really. But I'm just concerned about the future. So what must we do, especially for a country that emphasizes STEM subjects? You know, you're talking about science, technology, engineering now, mathematics, etc. And of course, the levels of joblessness against the corruption and the compromise that you're talking about.
It is not training. Look at our friends Tanzania. Tanzania, basically, we used to train their engineers and architects here. The association and Tanzania, in fact, I was involved in their own regulation there and building standards. You can imagine I was involved there. In Kenya, we had these guys, we had the association in the 30s and 40s. The BORACS, the Board of Registration of Architects and Quantity Surveyors, was established in the 50s. So it's not, the issue is not training. So I'll paint for you a picture of how Tanzania does it. And Tanzania may have the many problems, but corruption may be a bit new. So when I was there, I was quite fascinated how they actually were doing it. They didn't have enough professionals, and they didn't have enough enforcement. And I was saying that if there's will, and there's no greed, and there's no corruption from a governance point of view, these are problems that we can solve today, actually, and forget about buildings collapsing.
What must we do?
So this is how Tanzania works. The government agencies decided to then collaborate with professionals because they themselves didn't have enough capacity. So you go to even a little town like Mwanza here, you find that the regulator, the board, where they're sitting, that's where the Association of Architects is sitting. That is where the Association of Engineers are sitting. They're all together in that one big space. Now all these guys become agents for compliance, and government has given that. Let me tell you, we live in these places where these buildings are collapsing as professionals, and we see them every day. The only thing is that we have a system that has ensured that the Architectural Association of Kenya has no say. They just come and make noises. The engineers have no say, and those are the guys with the their members are the ones doing that work and so on. Now, this is how it works in Tanzania. You try to put up a building there. That same morning, the engineers, they are members of the association. They're passing by there. They check, who is this guy? Is he our member? That reaches this entity immediately.
So there is a sense of self-regulation.
You will not, you will not put up anything, I can assure you. Whether you first they check the body, are these guys registered? Just the board, the construction hasn't started. And they say, we don't know this guy. We don't know this, whatever. And they take it straight away to enforcement officers and so on. But in Kenya, because of our greed and our suspicion of each other, we are not even using normal capacities that we have. It is not difficult, honestly. It is not difficult. It's not difficult. It's not difficult. Let me say it over and over again. It's not difficult for government to ask Architectural Association of Kenya that, look here, your members are the ones building and they're everywhere. can they inform us of buildings that don't comply? It is not difficult for government to ask the engineers that your members are the ones doing this engineering work. Can they flag buildings that are not happening? What happens is that we create this institution, we put 2 engineers there, and then we assume that their eyes will be everywhere. The problem in Kenya, and I keep insisting, the problem in Kenya is greed and corruption. And that is affecting our institutions that we have are working.
Thank you, Prof. Mashiri. Now, Prof is painting a picture that we have disasters in waiting. And, numbers are known because buildings have been flagged and cautions have been thrown. Are you privy to this data? Are you privy to this information? Such that you could know, you talk about first responders, you start doing the earlier signs of evacuation.
Yes.
Any efforts, any shared data information, or perhaps any of your affiliates involved in the planning and approval?
For buildings, no. Data generally in terms of accidents we respond to, yes. And as I said again, when you look at, say for instance, by design, the road networks we have in the country, half of the time, even when you look at the accidents occurring, beyond the human element, design also plays a big part.
Yes.
Now, the bit, and we've had it straight from Prof, the bit around how counties invest in disaster risk management and disaster response is a big deal. We have to accept that part of our failure is we weren't patriotic enough to refuse to be bribed to not do cut corners. Now we have a situation where we know our people are going to get into trouble. What will you do when you get into trouble? So the bit around training, Kenya Red Cross has the Kenya Red Cross Training Institute for training for emergency medical technicians and pre-hospital care. Again, how much of these kind of schools are they out there training personnel? What number of ambulances, what skill levels ambulance capacities do we have in the country? Beyond what Kenya Red Cross has, we have the basic life support and advanced life support with our emergency plus ambulance service. But which other bigger ambulance service is there? When you look at our counties and the ambulances, the quote unquote,
they don't.
We talk about having. Have we seen the kind of equipment in these ambulances? So let's be real with ourselves. Let's love ourselves more. Let's be more patriotic. If you're the one procuring these ambulances for a county, let them be fit for purpose.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, Mushiri, and I'll ask both of you the same question. Mushiri, I'll ask you in terms of, so here we are today, and if you look at Kenya today, it is not Kenya of 1963. We are seeing tectonic plates moving here and there, and Kenya is splitting in the middle. Professor, you say that initially Kenya, these are not things we were preparing for, but here we are.
Yes, correct.
Are we seeing us putting up buildings that are ready to respond to these shocks? Are we seeing suspended buildings with suspended foundations, just in readiness for if it occurs, we are ready? And Mushiri, as well, in terms of this is a new area altogether. We have never seen this happen in the country, but it is. In terms of getting ready for when it happens, are we looking at that and getting ready for that? And in terms of government to boost and assisting you do the same, are we seeing that happen?
No.
Where?
and you can't lose hope. The flip side is that you can't lose hope. The other day we had hazardous material on Wayaki Way.
Yes.
And just to make a call, we are not responding because we're not ready for that kind of biohazard material response. Even as Kenya Red Cross. The only unit is a disaster response unit, the disaster response battalion at the Kenya Army, which can respond to biohazards. Now, when I say no, I'm careful enough to know that there are people who's going to be exposed to things. When you say the building next to the site, the red zone, is also not stable enough, imagine the level of risk you're putting responders in. People who've just woken up to come and rescue, and then you have to risk them. We cannot allow that to happen. Part of our also training and approaches is safer access. Is this place safe enough even for us first, before us conducting any kind of rescues? So I hear you on the challenge ahead. But for us, we can't lose hope. There'll always be someone to call and respond, as I said. And the teams are out there. Teams are always training but praying not to utilize their skills.
Yeah.
Dennis, as Prof comes in, if you allow me to just ask a follow-up question.
Yeah,
so what do I do if I want to be a volunteer for Kenya Red Cross?
Thank you. We have 47 county offices.
Yeah.
You walking into any of the county offices, our toll-free line 1199 is a line you can access, and you'll be given direction to which offices you could go to, which is your nearest office. Again, this same 1199 is a toll-free line for even telecare. So if someone is having stressful day, you can just call, and there'll be a counselor behind the line to handle.
Prof.
Yeah, I think we have a big role. Dennis, if you look at our code, this new building code, you'll be surprised. It actually takes care of seismic movements. That's how thorough it is, including potential projected ones. It takes care of those things. So actually, in terms of the knowledge we need, if you needed to design a suspended building, I can assure you, our current code takes care of it.
Yes.
The provisions are there. But now, I want to, and this is a challenge to my professional colleagues. We know the guys in the counties have never even looked at that code, even as they're doing the approvals. I'm sure that I can say. And even professional colleagues, as they're doing designs, they know the designs would work, but they hardly ever go back to the code to say, fine, what does the code actually say? In terms of the requirements and so on. What would ordinarily happen is that the engineers will just put what they consider to be relatively, I would call it practice, and this is what I call lazy practice, and we need and this is a message to professional colleagues. We need to be a little bit more serious. I'll share with you these pictures. You may not be able to see them. These are construction that is just starting, and you're working at foundation level. And if you see the guys in the pictures here, I've just been sent the pictures actually. If you see the guys in the pictures here, they're wearing helmets. They're wearing total protective clothing. They're wearing safety boots, and they're in a parade. They're being given a talk. This is something I do in all my sites. It is done daily. If you don't like it, you go away. It is done for 30 minutes. We have a 30-minute safety conversation on our sites from the time the construction starts to the time the construction will end.
Yes.
And that was saying that some of these things is the values and the habits that we must honestly inculcate as professionals and eventually as country. Because where we are currently, we have a situation where we have all this information, but we really do not care that much.
We do not care that much.
There's no duty of care. We say, nothing will go wrong.
Nothing will go wrong.
I've built many buildings like this. I've used this contractor. He knows exactly what needs to be done and so on.
Yes.
So we really need to go back, to
the basics.
To the basics.
Yes. And I think it is a proper way to end in terms of let us love ourselves more, let us love our country more, and let us respect the law, and such disasters will stop being things that we experience every other day. Alfred Omenya, Professor, Policy and Governance Expert and an Architect, and Anthony Mushiri, Kenya Red Cross Emergency Preparedness and Response Manager. Asanteni sana. It is exactly a minute after 8 a.m. Good morning.
Thank you very much, team.
Yeah. Thank you.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Traffic.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. 7 senior ODM legislators have dismissed widespread claims that the party will soon remove Senator Edwin Sifuna as Secretary General, as internal wrangling threatens to split the party. The legislators, led by Rarieda MP and ODM Vice Chairperson Otiende Amolo and Millie Odhiambo of Suba North, dismissed reports of secret meetings to oust Sifuna.
none of us is aware of any such planned meeting so far. But all we have urged is that we have urged our party leader to call the relevant organ to discuss these matters, not just the SG, but the matters that are emerging.
There are those who will point fingers at the President William Samoei Ruto. There are people who will point fingers at retired President Uhuru Kenyatta. That's not the issue. The issue is to look inward. Our challenges are self-inflicted. We must come as a party and look inwardly and solve our issues internally and stop blaming other people.
This even comes as Migori Senator Ndu Okoh has written to ODM leader Oburu Oginga demanding Sifuna be expelled from ODM over gross misconduct. Okoh wants Oburu to remove Sifuna from all party and Senate leadership positions, citing his alleged association with the rival party and his opposition to ODM's participation in the broad-based government. Transport CS David Chirchir has urged motorists, parents and guardians to prioritize children's safety as schools reopen. He warned that increased traffic puts learners at greater risk and called on drivers to slow down, especially near school zones and pedestrian crossings. Chirchir also stressed obeying traffic rules, maintaining roadworthy vehicles and avoiding overloading, particularly in vehicles carrying children. He urged parents to choose safety compliant transport and teach children basic road safety habits such as using designated crossings. The CS emphasized that protecting learners is a shared responsibility and urged the public to report reckless driving to help prevent accidents and save lives. The search for a man trapped under the rubble of a collapsed building in South Sea, Nairobi enters day 4 today. One body was recovered on Sunday. Land CS Alice Wahome, who visited the scene, threatened to deregister the architect who designed the building should he be found to be criminally culpable in the ongoing investigation.
At the time of these inspections, the works were within approved scope. Notably, the quality assurance inspection confirmed that construction had reached the 3rd floor level, and the development was also situated among several comparable structures within these surrounding areas. At the time of the incident, the project was non-compliant on 4 more floors, which had been added to the original approved designs, meaning from 12 to 16 floors. That is the beginning of the problem.
This even comes as Abian Consulting Limited, the developer of the 16-story building, has denied claims that the project lacked approvals or violated regulations. In a statement, the company said the development received all necessary clearances from Nairobi City County, the National Construction Authority, NEMA, and other relevant agencies before construction began. The firm confirmed it obtained land use and planning approval in December 2023, permission for 3 additional floors in February 2025, an NCA compliance certificate in November 2023, and an EIA license in February 2024. Uganda's authorities have denied reports that they are planning to cut access to the internet during next week's election. The main opposition candidate last week repeated claims that the government was going to block the internet to prevent its supporters from mobilizing and sharing election results. On Friday, satellite internet provider Starlink restricted its services in Uganda following an order from the communications regulator. Fueling these concerns, President Yoweri Museveni is seeking to extend its 40-year rule in the 15 January elections. His strongest challenger is expected to be Bobby Wine, a former pop star. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell you, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya.
And you'd say, now he doesn't. Let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament. So
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
Well, when he said
the government,
when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes
mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. 94.4 Spice FM.
And it is exactly 10 minutes after 8 a.m. And welcome to the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. This hour we shall be having a discussion on matters to do with governance expert. Discussion on Kenya's political atmosphere. But before we get to that, let me now give you a plug. We've been discussing how to navigate this constantly, changing world. And when it comes to your money, there is something that is very, very important for you to do. You need a plan that's easy to access. Now, the good news is ICEA Lion is making your financial journey seamless and digital. Now, forget the old-fashioned complicated stuff. ICEA has digital channels like their WhatsApp chatbot Leo. Leo will help you to have discussions and to help you plan for your future, and their self-service portal as well, making planning super easy. Now, they even have a retirement preparedness index tool. It helps you to calculate exactly how much you need for retirement and gives you a specific target to plan towards. So it is a question of you want to save, you have a specific target. Leo, when you talk to them, you talk to ICEA, they will tell you, so this is your plan, this is how much you will save, and this is the journey that we are working with. ICEA Lion is making insurance and investments necessities, not luxuries, for a diverse group of people. Now, find your accessible, inclusive, and helpful plan today. Just ask, what's your plan? Check out the digital tools on icealion.co.ke. Mmesema tumetoka Krismasi, and it is very important for us to panga ourselves today and ensure that tumejipanga and that we have a plan. But even as we continue to have this plan, it is important for us to equally just, how are we spending our money? We are just from Christmas season, we have spent our money, and we need to equally just stay in place and have some little room to play. And this is where we talk about a once-in-a-lifetime chance to win a dream getaway. It's January, but me, I'm an ambassador of good life. I'm an ambassador of good life. Today, tomorrow, forever, I'm an ambassador of good life. And all thanks to KCB Bank, winning card, you're able to have this good life. left. So here's how it works. Now, if you think, or if you bank with KCB and pay using your KCB debit, credit, or prepaid card, you get a chance to win every single time that you pay. Now, whether you're buying groceries, you're fueling your car, grabbing lunch, or shopping online, just pay with your KCB bank card and you get a chance to enter weekly, monthly, and the grand prize draws. Now, weekly winners will walk away with 10,000 shillings, monthly winners will walk away with 100,000 shillings, and the grand prize, you get an opportunity to go to Zanzibar for 2, including flights, accommodation, and exciting excursions. So it's all about you going to Zanzibar. When could you enjoy? Everything else has been catered for. Webe Banguo and your swimming skills and everything else will be sorted for you. So remember, paying with your KCB card isn't just safe and convenient, it could make you a winner. And the more you pay using your KCB card, the better your chance of winning. So use your KCB card today, the winning card, terms and conditions apply. KCB Bank, for people, for better. Unataka kujienjoy? Mi nataka kujienjoy, nitatumia KCB card. But let's talk about governance, and where we find ourselves today as a country, And here we are with Stella Gara, the governance expert. Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy New Year to you. Happy to see you in 2026. Naona ulivuka salama?
I managed.
Karibu sana. So, before we get into the conversation this morning, let us take you to Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso, Burkinabe are beautiful people, yeah? Mm-hmm. We know what they are doing, and it's amazing. So the problem that we have today is, if you want to walk alone, you will walk slow. But if you want to walk with people, you will go far. What does that mean?
I think it's basically saying that if you work in the company of people, you probably have better support to be able to go very far. Mm-hmm. I would liken it to the unity, rather the strength in unity. And I basically assume that they made that proverb in order to encourage people not to just run races alone, but remember to carry as many people with them so that they ensure that they go as far as is possible. Because an individual may not be able to carry themselves after they go faint and drop on the ground.
Yeah. So there is a unity in working together, if...
More like a soldier carrying a wounded soldier.
Yeah. Hey, that's deep, man. That's deep and dark at the same time. But let's talk about where we find ourselves today. So Kenya's political atmosphere, and we are in 2026, and there's a lot of movement. There's a lot of tectonic plates that are moving all over the place. You look at ODM today, and it is not the ODM that Baba left. You look at the ruling coalition today. It is dented. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua left. We have the new we have Deputy President now Kithure Kindiki, but even the bottom-up economic agenda, we are flying, we're going to Singapore. So if we just look at the atmosphere in the country, one asks the question, how hygienic is it?
Let me first of all
it's New Year. Just
let me first of all start by telling Kenyans Happy New Year. I'm glad we made it here. Considering the amount of shakings that this country is going through, there is a possibility. There's a possibility. I thought that we would never get to 2026, but I'm glad that we made it here. Let me start from there, from a positive place. And I'm glad that majority of us made it here in one piece. And unfortunately, some of us did not make it, and some under very strange circumstances. But I'm glad that some of us actually managed to get here. I'm also happy to see that we have still carried some of the fighting energy that we needed to carry. Is it hygienic? It is not. There's zero hygiene. Do we want hygiene? Yes, but after this shaking. And this is why I say after this shaking. This country has been functioning with political parties that are fluid. Even despite passing legislation and agreeing that we want to bring order into our political party system, we have continued to see political parties that are fluid. We have continued to see an office of the registrar that is constantly built by the political parties instead of the registrar having power over political parties, because our politicians decided that they're never going to cede the power to control where they sit during the elections. And for this reason, there are a number of things that are now beginning to show up. Now, Number one, that those lines that are normally crossed just before the elections cause a lot of messes and deceive Kenyans into voting for things they would otherwise not vote for. Number two is that people come together not because of ideology. Because when you see the fight that is between ODM, Jubilee, and all those, nobody has spoken about the things that were in the manifestos. It is about people who was eating, how much someone ate, who was not available to make sure that the other person will get an opportunity to eat properly. And so, for me, that is showing features that need to be seen by Kenyans so that we can understand the mess in our political party situation. A lot has changed over time for our political party systems, to the point that we've gotten to a place where there are certain rules you need to comply with before your political party is actually called a properly registered political party or fully registered political party. And I'm happy about those changes. I'm also extremely pleased with the women who have held the positions of registrar, because they have worked under extreme pressure to get some of that work. I truly respect them for having stood the test and managed to deliver us to where we are. The third thing then is political party financing. I've mentioned this thing in this room before. I have actually spoken about the fact that we must prepare ourselves to have a conversation about political party financing. We must have a conversation about campaign financing, so that we stop having these conversations about, for the record, I celebrate our former president. I love him from the bottom of my heart. But we stop having conversations about an individual funding a political party at the tune of 500 million. And the party that receives the funding not even being able to account for those resources. There's something fundamentally wrong with 500 million getting into a campaign process and it is not declared. There is something equally wrong with that kind of money getting into a campaign process. It is not accounted for, and people can actually open their mouths to tell of the man who invested those resources.
It's pocket change.
When I tell you there's no hygiene, even if it's pocket change, this is what I mean when people actually just don't respect other people's money. This is what I mean when people, and the question I'm asking myself is, this is 500 million, but there's the ODM member who probably bought their membership for 20 bob. I don't know what is the cheapest membership now, and they are part of the contributors. Can we trust that the resources they give are treated with respect? If 500M, can we handle that carelessly?
You know, we talk about a political situation in the country, and there is a peace. There is things that are moving forward easily. You know, and one asks, we're coming also from a point where we remember the demonstrations that the country saw. We know officers were sent on the streets. People were clobbered. Some were abducted. And there is, since then, demonstrations have gone down. So are we saying that the country, there is peace? Are we saying that finally Kenyans understand the situation? Or are we just trading on sand?
I would encourage everyone not to be deceived by the silence in this country. And I would truly encourage everyone not to be deceived by the silence amongst the masses. And for me, it's because there's an expression in Swahili. You love proverbs in this studio.
Yes.
They say, ukimwona kobe amelala, yatunga masharti. That when the tortoise is asleep, rest assured, even when they look like they're sleepy, they are planning their next move. So I wouldn't ask anyone to decide that they are done. And it's strange that you're asking me this question, because early this morning as I was preparing to come here, one of the things I thought about was the fact that after the last election, Baba tried to mobilize protesters. And they were beaten to a pulp. Some of them were shot dead. As a matter of fact, it was a declaration that came out of the mouth of the president to say that he now knows he's going to have a very peaceful presidency. He is out to serve Kenyans. The shock that arrived in this country a few months later, none of us could see coming, number one. But number two, and most important, none of us had prepared the tools to be able to deal with. So we fumbled for a long time before we could figure out what to do with the Gen Z protests. And so that is why I'm saying, for now, nobody should rest on their laurels. But then the other litmus test that I want everybody to do, as the rest of Kenyans are quiet, please check the behavior of their representatives. My number one and favorite of them all is the former deputy president, Rigiji. For as long as he's not silent, rest assured that this country is not at peace. As a matter of fact, rest assured that nothing has been resolved. So for me, one of the litmus tests I'm going to give you, check if that man is still speaking, and I pray that he speaks until 2027.
Yeah.
Then there's something going on in this country. The second group of people I want you to look at very closely is ODM. ODM, because this is a home where not one of the parents, I think this parent was the father and the mother. And now that he's gone, I mean, there are quite some upheavals in the party. The last bonds look like they are more prepared for the assignment that was left behind more than the grown-ups. The grown-ups are being childish. The grown-ups are making the party look like it was built to beg. I heard someone saying that the party that has been called the biggest party in East and Southern Africa,
this side of Sahara,
is about to be diminished because some people have decided to be small-minded in the party. I also would like you to take the silence. Would I call it silence? The unease in the government side as an announcement that they are not resting. They are not resting because the death of Baba last year actually threw them a curveball. Number two, all the scenarios they had set for the death of Baba have actually failed them. All of them. I can tell you to take this to the bank that anything they had planned to see happening after Baba's death is not coming the way they had planned for it. So they're a bit shaken. They're a bit unsure of what steps or what actions would actually determine a win for them. And unfortunately, because of the trouble in Baba's camp, they are being presented with too many choices. Now, too many choices are bad. And no choice is also bad. But too many choices are even more dangerous than no choice, because when you don't have any choice, you have to think about the only thing that you need.
The party constitution is clear.
Clear.
We want a presidential candidate. The party is clear.
Clear, you know. And so they are being presented with very many options. The number of people who have declared themselves fit to be deputy president, the number of people who have declared that they're the ones speaking for ODM, the ones who have declared that they're the ones speaking for Luo Nyanza, a basket of votes that was supposed to arrive as a basket is now scattered in directions that cannot quite yet be understood. And so I think the president is having a nightmare.
Well, Stella, I hear you when you say that still waters run deep. We should not misinterpret the silence into like all is well. It's not tranquility. People are angry. And I agree with you. But I would want to think more or rather far away from the personalities, because when you talk about the party leaders and the parties, we know a party is equal to the party leader. We seem to miss the mark, especially in this year where there's a build-up to the election of 2027. And I would want to ask ourselves, like, currently we're in an economic decline and no one is talking about that, not even the president. We are in a situation whereby this is the month where we take kids back to school. We have seen placement of the grade 10 kids being placed in a day school 2 counties away, and they're supposed to report. We have these disasters that are coming up. There is a looming, I don't know whether it is hunger or flooding that will subsequently catch up with us. These are the issues that never both. Issues that never go addressed. But we take an issue like the ODM party affair and turn it into a national affair. And ODM is just one of the 90-something political parties that we have in the country. So once the population now is confused on what to focus on, the regime seems to thrive on regenerating and renewing their promises every day. You heard that over New Year's Eve, we are going to have a new airport this year. We are boarding the wheelbarrow on our way to Singapore. But from a governance point of view...
No, the wheelbarrow is flying.
Oh, I stand corrected. Thank you. It has wings. From the governance point of view, this being the year where we need to start consolidating how we want to be governed come next year, what should be our areas of focus? What should we as Kenyans be talking about? Because voter registration, again, is ongoing, but it is not ongoing. Everything is happening, but nothing is moving. In terms of governance, what do we need to do as Kenyans? Because you only have one country, one nation to salvage.
I think you've been sent to make my life difficult this morning.
Welcome.
I will deal with you and I will deal with the audience.
Perpendicularly, yes.
Governance is about systems. Systems to create order in a space that would otherwise be disorderly. Systems are people. If you have the wrong people, irrespective of how strong your systems are, they will not work. And a good example of a nation where we have set up systems, but they refuse to work for us because of people is Kenya. People are the values and the education that you offer them. If the values and the education that you offer do not build the character to be able to run those systems, those systems will consistently crash, irrespective of how effective they are. People have developed all kinds of machinery to do work, but they have to be supervised by human beings at the end of the day. If that human being decides that they will not be there to switch the path that needs to be switched, those things will not move. I'm saying that because I want to clearly say that our focus should be this noise that is being made first. Seek ye first the kingdom of politics, and the rest shall be added unto you. The reason why I'm saying this is because if there are any problems with the schools, if there's any problem with our health sector, if there's a problem with the individual who is the cabinet secretary for health and chief and shy and whatever, it is because someone somewhere allowed him to either be in a campaign team, to fund a campaign enough for him to be qualified as a cabinet secretary, or to bribe his way there, because we've had that could have happened allegedly, or someone voted for this individual who's not delivering for his constituency whatever needs to be delivered. Someone voted for the individual who's brandishing his gun. And someone voted for the one who has never performed anything in the constituency and continues being seen in rallies insulting people. They are also the same people who voted for a candidate, for example, like Babu Owino, who has been on the top of the list of well-performing members of parliament. So I need Kenyans to focus at that place, because I think I've been in this studio before where I said one of our biggest assignments in 2027 is to do a vetting exercise that will go beyond the political party. So why we are focusing on political parties now and the formations is because those formations are the ones that are going to design manifestos. I'm afraid that Dennis mentioned bottoms up, and the fact that we don't know what happened to bottoms up, and the has slide, now we are flying to wherever we are going to with wheelbarrows. And unfortunately, because we don't pay attention to those manifestos that closely, a man is able to develop an economic policy that keeps changing as the years go. And nobody is holding him to account. Not his representatives in parliament, not the people that were elected in part of their parliamentary group.
Not his party.
Not even his party. Not even his cabinet is reminding him that, Mr. President, this is what we committed to. We can't be telling Kenyans about flying on wheelbarrows, you know. The hustlers try to remind him, we were the subject of your campaign, and they get beaten and shot on the foot. Let's not talk about the rest of their bodies, just on the foot. So for me, because you gave a political party an assignment, they told you what is on their manifesto based on short lines. You allowed a robber and their company to come and ask to partner with your company, and they swallowed you and stole everything from you. So we must focus first. What does this company look like? Who are the people who are forming it? If that system, that company has people who will not deliver because you have seen on the record they have not delivered, the mission is to ensure that party does not have representation. Unfortunately, we are at a place where Kenyans are not yet ready to make those decisions. We are still seeing them split. They're saying they're with Jubilee because they like Matiang'i. They're with Reggie DCP because because Mrima is coming together. Kenyans have not come to that place where they've understood their assignment. But yesterday I was very pleased with the rider who took me to where? To City Center. The Uber driver told me, Madam, and he didn't know what I do, so he was just telling me, giving me instructions. Our only assignment is 2027. Tuamke mapema na tutume mtu mmoja nyumbani. Forget about hizo vitu zingine zote. So the only assignment I had was to remind him, hata tukimtuma nyumbani, let us also very carefully select who we are giving the assignment, because in most places when you focus on sending someone home, they prepare a protege who's going to take over after them. But then we must focus on this, and we must not just read the noise at the top, read the noise at the bottom. For example, when you look at this noise that is being made about diehard traitor, and the SG who knows the Shenzis and the whoever's in this party. When you see the noise between the two of them, there are a number of things that are coming up in that conversation. One of them I mentioned at the beginning of this speech, to say campaign financing and how resources are used is a factor, and accountability for the same. Number two, the question of, does the interest of the citizen matter? None of these people are arguing about the state of hospitals, whether or not what they promised citizens is happening or not. None of them are arguing about. They're arguing about how this money was used and whatever. The third thing that I noted, and this is something we must appreciate about politics. I'm trying very hard to split between a politician and a governance specialist. For a governance expert, we'll just be looking at the first things that I've just mentioned. But for a politician, you must look at who this noise is serving. And it just hit me this morning that there's one man who's being mentioned and is not defending himself, the former president. But the announcement here is that, number one, he has capacity to fund campaigns and move things. And it's the kind of money that can shift things. Number two, he's willing to spend that money. Number three, he's willing to spend it even with his enemies for as long as it delivers his interests. Are there Kenyans, voters, the hoi polloi, who would make a decision to vote for an individual who's not from their community, but then invest because this man will serve their interests of getting good health care? Those are decisions that we must make, and I wish Kenyans would be studying the former president to see how he moves to make his decisions. Number three, that he did not spread, rather he did not put all his eggs in one basket. He spread his liability. And how you know he spread his liability is because we are still talking about Patrick Mburu and we are talking about Junet, so we are not sure yet who was handling what. And the chief agent has also spoken and said what he said. Here's the thing. He spread his interests. Now, he's the only one who's coming out of this conversation as Muupe Kamapamba. He invested money, someone played with his money, so he did not do anything to affect the elections. So that noise is also serving a purpose. And I dare say, I wish Kenyans would prepare, because that noise is going to deliver another formation very soon. And I wish they understood that formation, because then that formation is going to be a huge factor in how the next election happens. Which is why I'm saying, let us, and we must multitask. Let's focus on the systems. Let's focus on the people. The people should determine whether a vehicle is worthy or not. And the good things that we've seen them in action. And we should not forget the mission that was to send anybody, number one, who last year but one, in June, voted for the finance bill. Anybody who has continued to defend nonsense in this government, and anybody who has mistreated Kenyans to the point that Kenyans could not afford their Christmas last December.
And Stella, that's really where the core of the matter, in my view, would really rest. The kind of choices that are presented to Kenyans in the form of candidates. Because you are an aspirant, so we have thousands of them right now, but there's going to be a point in time when they are cleared to be candidates. How will Kenyans, or how can Kenyans safeguard that the right people, the people that you are saying, anybody who did not vote for the finance bill and is fit for the task, we will give another term. For the people who did not ensure that Kenyans had Christmas, we send them home. And in the midst again of 2-term, 1-term, and we know institutions of governance are there. IEBC needs to do its work, EACC needs to do its work, but we are just coming from by-elections a few weeks ago. And some of the candidates that Kenyans did not want are actually seated in the houses that make these decisions. How can Kenyans take charge of the choices that they are given? Number one. Number two, the choices, again, the different camps that would emerge. The Gen Zs present a very strong block. But as you spoke about, voting and registration for voters, we are not seeing them really coming up so strongly like we've seen in the past, where they take charge. And last year, but one I think was a very critical moment. They said, we are going to change this country, and they changed it. Do you think that the 8.4 million plus who did not vote in the last election, plus the 6.8 million plus that IEBC are projecting, are able to present a third or even a fourth force?
You have asked many questions, eh?
There are only two.
I kid you not, there are many. Let me start with the first one. Actually, let me start with the second one, which is how about the Gen Z? Are they able to show up and show up nicely? I think they have promise. They showed up 2 years ago. We did not expect that kind of energy from them. It was targeted towards a different assignment from voting, but then they showed up as they should. They have been accused, especially most of last year, for not showing up to register, but then the limitations of that registration process were never processed by anyone, and nobody wanted to talk about them because the mission was to drive the narrative that Gen Z do not want to register to vote. I dare the government to find the resources to do mass voter registration, to take registration to their doorsteps and see if they're not going to come out to register. Because it's also unfair and to demand that they spend 200, 300 Kenya shillings of money they don't have to travel to some place to go and register themselves as voters. So they will show up. How can Kenyans intercept the institutions that continue to fail us and refuse to do the work they should do? I have asked that question first again so that I remind you what I'm answering as your first question, and then also to highlight the fact that some of the institutions that we have created are sabotaged by the interests of politicians, and IEBC has been one such culprit. I can confidently say in this room, and I know I'm going to repeat it until the next election because I saw the by-elections, that IEBC is not going to serve Kenyans. For this reason, I would dare say, and I have propped this idea to a different platform, a platform that has membership all over this country. I can't name them here because I truly want them to adopt this idea and take it home and make sure that they spoil the ground completely for the politicians who are not serving us. I think Kenyans must create an electoral college of their own. This is a people's electoral college. What we saw, and I'm glad you alluded to 2 years ago, what we saw with Gen Z is that they would trace information and come and upload it and say, this is the guy who's telling us you want to go wherever. This is the guy who's eating our money. This is how much he's eating. If they can invest their energy in doing that, and then we make sure that those conversations move from the online space onto the offline space, and our parents also engage in those conversations, it will be very helpful. I'm not deceived that it's going to be an easy assignment to convince our parents, because I happen to be the daughter of a man who is a top delegate in ODM, and we have found ourselves in crossfires ever since Baba joined, or rather Broad-Based was formed. And so for me, I know that it will take quite a lot to convince our folks. But I think the Gen Z parents are more convinced because we saw how much they supported them. So I'd rather that we start with the Gen Z parents so that we make sure that those ones are removed completely from the old voting style. And then as millennials, we'll have to spend a lot of energy having very critical conversations. The other thing is that the middle class in this country has been resting a lot. And so for me, I think they form a big part of the problem. Because where they should help the voter, especially the voter who doesn't have access to information, to understand who they are voting for, they don't normally come out to do the same. And so for me, we end up having people who voters vote for. And when you sit with the middle class, they will tell you, this guy stole this from this whatever institution, they did this. And for some strange reason, IBC cleared them, and the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission cleared them. We should not wait for the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to clear them. The middle class should just take responsibility and ensure that any informal spaces available will be to educate people about what people have done. Has someone killed another politician? Have they assassinated someone? Have they been part of scandals that have been forgotten and they have not made any reparations? Are they unrepentant politicians who have made money from Kenyans and are using the money to control Kenyans? Those are conversations the middle class and majority of the millennial who have been part of an old political system and a transition and a new political system should teach the new voter.
Stella, I hear you speak in terms of fagia water, We must fix this system once and for all. Drain the swamp.
Yes.
Yote yende, right? But I want to be the devil's advocate, and I want to ask the question. As we want to fagia water, even at the advent of Gen Z protests and what that meant for the country, we look at the by-elections that happened, right? And you look at the by-election and it is just a replica of how we have always handled our politics, And one would have hoped that these by-elections would have been an indicator of what is to happen in 2027. And one would say, if that's what we saw, then 2027 won't be any different. So question then is, as we speak about Kenyans draining the swamp and Kenyans making the decision and the middle class not resting anymore and asking the difficult questions, have we gotten there yet? Are Kenyans angry enough to say, home? Are Kenyans so tired with bad governance that today, if politicians come to campaign in their vicinity, they're able to set the agenda? Kenyans setting the agenda for politicians, not the other way around. Because for a very long time, politicians have always set the agenda for Kenyans. Are Kenyans so tired that they are finally ready to take over the political space and say, this is what we want? Or are we also looking at a situation where we will just go back to the same cycle?
Kenyans are tired. And they're very tired. And I'm going to get you examples right from that by-election. Despite the fact that by-elections in Kenya don't normally attract very many participants, because most people think that a few people can actually sort that matter out for us as long as we tell them who we want. I think Kenyans are tired because, number one, none of the people who tried to manipulate that election got away with it easily. You saw Ruku in wherever he was trying to interfere with the polling station. I think he had to go 2 trips just to get access to the polling station, and the last time he came and got access is because he came with a lot of force. You saw the situation in Malava. That even people undressed an individual who was bribing citizens and voters a day before the elections, and they made sure that this person was sent away from the constituency so that the next day he was nowhere in the vicinity. They managed to do everything that they could to secure the vote. They were only limited by the force from government. The other reason why I'll tell you, Kenyans are actually pissed off and they're acting and they're communicating in a way that the government understands, is the amount of money that was spent in those elections. I don't have the figures at the top of my head, probably Osido would. But here's the thing, the amount of money that was spent to just get Wamudende declared is absurd, especially coming from a constituency that has been quiet and sleepy. You know, that kind of money,
500 million.
replicating that kind of money in every one of the constituencies in the next election, in 2027 will be impossible. So we know already that Kenyans are presenting an impossibility to government. Now, for the by-election, they could flex and spend money. But when it comes to 2027, where now decisions have to be made, and anybody who must fall will truly be allowed to fall because it's survival for the fittest and the fattest, I think we will see the voice of Kenyans and see it properly. And more of Kenyans will have shown up. The other thing that we must note is that it's what do you call this register, voter register, that was used for that election is the voter register from 2022. Especially because the registration that had been done last year, most of that data had not been properly analyzed and collated in order for it to be included for that by-election. So we can't quite get the answers about the behavior of the new voter from that. But then we can get answers about the behavior of the existing voter. One of the only things that for me is a cause for dismay is the fact that a lot of people are very, very disillusioned. They are sad about the situation, and most of them believe that the way you said that if we are behaving around our elections the same way we always do, some people feel like nothing will change. But I think they need to be encouraged. They need to be encouraged that the state wants them to get to that place of disillusionment so that they don't participate in the vote. And again, it's this morning I was thinking about it as I was preparing, and I was saying the state has no loss if you don't show up to vote. As a matter of fact, if you make a decision that you're tired, the system does not work, and you don't show up to vote, you've done them a great favor.
Please repeat that again.
The state does not care if you don't show up to vote. As a matter of fact, if you don't vote, you're doing the state a favor. Especially in a country where in some areas voters show up 99%. Rest assured that your vote will be a top-up for a candidate you would never have voted for if you showed up to vote. So you better show up, use your voter's card, use your registration number so that nobody else can be able to use that to make a decision on your behalf. And I hope Kenyans understand what I mean by using your voter details to make a decision that you would not choose. Because rigging is actually applied based on those numbers of people who did not show up, but they are available and they are voters. That's what is used by candidates to fill up. A government in Kenya panics when every voter shows up and comes to vote, so that even someone who's viewing without counting will say approximately this number of people showed up in that polling station. So if the votes are less than this, someone is playing games. If the votes are more than this and there are only 2 people, someone is playing games. Showing up is the best assignment that we can do Number one. But number two is participating in those community electoral colleges that we have. If anybody says they want to be your MP, who are they? Check if they beat their wife. Check if they provide for their children. If they don't take care of their children, do not vote for those individuals.
Check if they graduated and they're actually engineers.
Check if they are truly qualified for what they claim that they're qualified for. Oh my God, Nairobi. Check. Check and make sure that the person you're voting for truly qualifies to get that position. Once you're done with the assignment at that electoral college, on that voting day, wake up and show up to vote. Some of the changes we made in this country, we made at a time when we decided that we will wake up and we will show up. 2002 is one of those times that we really celebrate. We showed up, we were there, irrespective of how powerful we believed that our opponent was. We showed up and ensured that we could not allow him to find any way out to rig the vote. And that's an assignment we must do. Are Kenyans ready to do that? Yes. Are they angry enough to do it? They are. Are they angry enough to wait until 2027? I don't think so. Dennis, I say this with conviction. You will see Kenyans this year, then you will understand that they are ready for 2027. Yes.
And it's true. Chapter 6 of the Constitution talks about the character of our leaders. Something that almost all the times we overlook. Tuliambiwa, huyu ni mwizi, we say, huyu mwizi ndiye tunataka. We are told this person has this. And then also I think the judiciary also needs to come out and pronounce itself well on where it stands on matters of politics, because you hear people who have very grievous cases ongoing, but they're still cleared by the EACC, by the IEBC. So the coordination of our organs, instruments that we trust to help us make more viable, credible decisions is one thing. It's something we need to speak to, so that we have all these agencies helping the Kenyan voter to get the best of what they deserve in terms of leadership. But I also hear you and I agree with you that the power of showing up ensures peace after the election. 2002 is number one, and 2013 is the next. Those are the two relative electoral cycles where we have had significant peace after the voting. So if we can organize ourselves and agree that this time around, it's not about sending somebody home. It's not about bringing the other person in. It's about the issues that we want addressed, and this is the person who is qualified. If it's Stella for governor or whatever position the person is going for, we match their set skills, their qualifications with that position. If you don't qualify as Dennis, and we love you and we hear you are popular, even the party you're in wants to give you a ticket, we are sorry. Because why is it as Kenyans, Stella, whenever you're hiring somebody, if you request an Uber and somebody asks you to, it's late night, and ask you, let's just make this ride offline, you decline. Right? Why is it when you're hiring somebody to help you for whatever task you're paying for, to deliver either goods or services, you're very critical to make sure that you get value for money. But when it comes to voting, we do not care. Actually, we just want somebody to bribe us, and we give them a through pass. At what point must we agree and concur that the lives we are living today, the high cost of living we are experiencing today, is because of the vote we cast in 2022? 70% did not want this president to be a president. 33 voted for Baba, 33 did not show up to vote. And the same was true for Baba. 70% did not want him to be a president. Those who did not vote, and those who voted for the current president. So how do we then mobilize a critical mass so that we have legitimacy of the incoming president in 2027? Because I believe, and I agree with you, we need to forgive water, we need to have a new regime, we need to reset the whole system so we can transform this country. But how do we move the critical mass so that the 50+1 question will not arise? We need a 72%, if not 81%, for the next president. What can we do as Kenyans?
Many questions again. You men are on a mission. Let me start with the judiciary.
Right.
The judiciary does not go to the market to look for litigation.
Right.
You must approach the courts for them to engage in any kind of process. And so we have left that assignment for a very long time to a few people. And this is the season when the other Okia Omtata Okoitis must be born. Individuals who decide that they're going to take up public interest litigation on behalf of their communities and just take action. The beauty of it is that they're there. I mean, you've seen the gentleman who was fighting for the Mara for a very long time, and even when he was shut up, he managed to make enough noise to mobilize people around him. Are we able to get ourselves to a place where we care about the elections enough to engage in public interest litigation, to demand that people who have cases, legitimate cases that are known, do not participate in the election? I don't know, and I haven't taken time to study how far this scandal that is linked to Wamudende went with the oxygen and everything. But it would help, for example, if certain individuals actually went and put the EACC to task and demanded that they make a public statement about whether this man is clean or not, that someone would have gone to court and pushed for this to happen if the EACC refused to act. Because we did not do that, they allowed the conversation to continue, because in Kenya you can talk about someone being corrupt, but you cannot stop them from being on the ballot for as long as they have been cleared. So how you tie IEBC and EACC's hands is by making sure that you can provide incontrovertible evidence that then would confirm that this person is unfit to hold office. Sometimes it's hard to come by that kind of evidence, especially because of the secretive nature of tenders and all those things. And so it may require a lot more investigation, and I think there are agencies that can support that work. But I don't want to talk about that high level of work. I want to talk about what can be done in the community without reaching out to people and getting a lot of money. And that which must be done is what I first said, a citizens' electoral college, where you qualify people before they get onto the ballot, so that even if they're put on the ballot and you have decided their education is not enough, then even if they're on the ballot, you're telling everyone we're not voting for this guy because his education is useless. You're telling people this man has eaten our money, he has used it to buy apartments or to do whatever, and we are not going to allow him to engage. This man has killed us, and so he should not be on the ballot paper. That even if his name finds itself on the ballot paper, then we are not supposed to be voting for them. We have a problem when a human being has killed Kenyans, and yet when they appear on the ballot paper, we continue to vote for them. We have a problem. Are we able to sit and educate ourselves? For me, a time has never come like this one, when Kenyans have gone through suffering together, because it has always been the people who didn't vote for the government. This president has ensured that every Kenyan has known suffering. Every single Kenyan, even the ones who are around him, I can tell there's something wrong. They don't look as happy as they looked at the beginning. And so for me, that distress that Kenyans are feeling, I spoke specifically about last year's Christmas, because we saw the change in behavior of Kenyans, and it was extreme. So I believe by now everyone has felt the pain of this. If this pain does not drive us to vote correctly in 2027, then we deserve the idiots or the washenzi that we bring into power. We deserve them. So Kenyans must think really hard about what they want to do with 2027 after experiencing what they have experienced. If they don't know how their leader, how their representative is contributing to their problems, this is the time to ask questions. There's a couple of months, 16 or something, not 16, maybe 18 left, where they can actually ask questions. Can I understand why this road is not functioning well? I know, for example, in my constituency, there's a road that was not constructed for a very long time, and people kept on hearing the MPs coming in and promising they'll build that road, only to discover that it was not part of their job to build that road. And the road was left, and it was being used as a campaign tool. So if you don't know, you'll be thinking that this person is promising you things they can deliver, and then when they come in, they don't have money to build that road. Are we able to ask those questions? I think the assignment is in this electoral college. How do we get everyone to vote? First of all, to come out and vote wisely. I must say those conversations must happen outside those institutions. If IBC approves an individual who is not fit, let it be known to them that this is the last time we will tolerate that rubbish from them. We will not throw stones. We will not go and protest outside their offices. We will just make sure that they know these kinds of characters. Even if you force them on the ballot, we will not vote for them.
I mean, Stella, let me ask, we'll ask two questions because I see we're running short of time. Osido.
I just wanted to ask this question, Stella, because you spoke about failing to vote is actually the same as voting the person that you do not want. And while in the village, one thing that I had to really grapple with was the absence of Baba. And most Luos, now the community block would say, we normally wake up to go and vote for Baba. Baba Kura. Now, Baba is not there. Why should I wake up? What would be your message to this kind of people, particularly in the context of ensuring that you show up and you vote?
Before you go, I think you should have responded to them. You said that one wadi Bojone Baba, one wadi Chamungima this time.
Because it's one difficult step. Because I foresee a scenario where it will affect particularly the turnout. And Stella is right to probably insinuate that the imagination that the president would be desiring to harvest votes from Nyanza and the Greater Western, I think is going to be one of those challenges, even insofar as the turnout is concerned. So it's a conversation that I keep, struggling with, and it's a long haul, because they're saying we don't have even to get our ID cards. It's okay because even without an ID, no jobs. You have the ID, no jobs. You know what is at stake, really, particularly politically speaking.
I don't think it's an accident that Luo Nyanza is in the situation it finds itself in. And that's because most of the political class is afraid of a unified rebellion from Luo Nyanza. And they are paying good money to Luo Nyanza politicians to actually ensure that those cracks remain and remain until 2027. For me, again, this thing I'm saying of voters educating themselves amongst themselves is extremely important, and conspiring amongst themselves. Because now the decision has been made that if there's a Luo who is not going to vote for the current president, then they should not show up at the polling station, so that space of theirs can be used to announce something different. And a decision has been made that those who are coming out to vote for Baba have no business. And this one has been made by people who are not informed. They're not informed, but unfortunately, and I like that you're telling Dennis that this is a very difficult scenario, because you're dealing with people who are used to suffering. Luos have suffered beyond this regime. So for them, another 5 years of suffering may not be a difficult thing for them to do, And so telling them that we have suffered and you need to vote differently is not loading. So for me, when we start speaking about life and the value of life and dignity, I think we will be able to reach out to Luos. IBC, Ministry of State Department responsible for justice, and all the agencies that are going to be doing civic education will not come and tell you about that. Those again are conversations that must happen in the Citizens Electoral College, where they sit down and tell each other, what kind of life do we want to live? If you ask me, I can bet you $1 million that the Luopians in this country are the people who aspire for the highest level of quality life. So if you have a president who is subjecting you to squalor, I think that's why we should keep the conversation. Because telling them we have suffered, suffering they have seen. As a matter of fact, they are so used to hustling to be able to show off even that Mercedes-Benz. They really will not be moved by suffering. So we must find another conversation to have with them. We must also ensure that every single voter understands numbers. That if they don't show up, that vote will still be counted, and it will be counted for someone they are not ready for.
And I think we just conclude the conversation with a few comments here. And my prince is saying, young people must come out to register, vie and vote. Your future is being determined by retirees who have never had the interest of the country they have worked for. And Edwinson is saying, problem with Kenya is that the supposed alternative candidate are lagging behind in polls. And Kenyans are great in talk and very poor in action. We must walk the talk. And someone is saying, Obara Omondi, we in Luo Nyanza should not lose hope. Baba, rest in peace. He did his part. If we don't vote wisely, we are doomed. I think it's a collective call that we all must play our part if we must see the change that we need. It is through these such of conversations that we get to change the country. Stella Gara, governance expert. Asante sana. Happy New Year. And like we've said, 2027, Wadi Chamango, Ngema. Tunaenda kukula uzima in 2027.
Eat life.
Eat life.
At exactly 9 a.m. Good morning.
News from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Lisa Mira. We are getting reports that 4 people have been killed and several others injured after a bus collided with a trailer near Fort Ternan Trading Center in the Tunnel area along the Muhoroni-Londiani Junction Road. 4 people have been killed and several others injured after a bus collided with a trailer near Fort Ternan Trading Center in the Tunnel area along the Muhoroni-Londiani Junction Road. Kericho County Police Commander James Ngetich has confirmed the accident, which happened this morning. Survivors of Monday's tragic road accident that killed 9 people along the Karai-Naivasha stretch have accused the driver of the Green Line bus involved of reckless driving. Speaking to reporters from hospital, they claimed the driver ignored their repeated pleas to slow down.
Sema tu imekuwa ni reckless drive and there's no way sisi tunge complain, unaona, kwa sababu ni mtu aungemwambia na asikie. So sisi naomba tu kwa kampuni ya Green Line, kwa sababu ni gari sisi tunatumia mostly, gari ikuwa na 2 drivers itakuwa sawa, unaona, lakini wakisema tu mtu mmoja tutaendelea kupoteza maisha ya watu.
Sasa dereva kuja alikuwa anakuja akikimbisha gari na speed, ndio tunajaribu kumwambia punguza speed, tuko na watoto na tuko na watu wengi, hataki kusikia. Yani tangu tuanze safari tulikuja tu hivyo tu, venye anakuja tu anatupeleka na speed, anapunguza, akifika mahali anajisahau, anakuja tu hivyo.
The survivors also claimed that the driver appeared fatigued.
Wakati tumefika Nakuru, driver alianza kuzidiwa na usingizi, tuseme, na uchovu, kwa sababu wakati ametoka Nairobi amefika Loha, kama amegeuka anarudi Nairobi tena, hakuwa na msaidizi, so amekuwa mwenyewe, na hiyo gari imekuwa inakuja mwendo wa kasi sana. Wakati amefika Nakuru, hizi mataa za gari zingine zikaanza kumlemea, so anafika mahali ana slow. Nikafika mahali nikaita conductor, nikamwambia you need to talk with your driver, kwa sababu it is like ako dizzy, hebu mkikambani kama tunaweza endelea. Before tufike Naivasha akaenda tena akakuwa dizzy, so nikaambia conductor ongea na driver, so uko na abiria unaoshukisha hapa Naivasha, tukifika hapo ashuke at least kama anaweza nao uso and then tuendelee. So wakati alishuka chini kurudi tena kwa gari, hiyo gari sasa ameitoa hapo ikiwa kwa mwendo wa kasi sana.
Most parts of the country will experience predominantly dry weather conditions between January and March, according to the Kenya Meteorological Department. In a statement, Met Deputy Director Kennedy Thiongo said temperatures are expected to be warmer than average over the whole country. Thiongo said a few areas are, however, expected to receive occasional rainfall. These areas include the highlands west of the Rift Valley, the Lake Victoria basin, the central and southern Rift Valley, the highlands east of the Rift Valley, including Nairobi County, the northeastern lowlands and the coastal strip. Over 300,000 people visited Kenya's national parks and reserves during the December 2025 festive season, with local tourists making up the majority. According to KWS, 231,000 visitors were Kenyans, while 82,500 were international tourists. KWS said the high domestic turnout highlights the growing role of local visitors in supporting the tourism sector. The agency reaffirmed its commitment to promoting wildlife, adventure and sustainable tourism in line with the government's goal of reaching 5 million visitors by 2028. KWS has also encouraged domestic tourism through initiatives like free park entry on special occasions, including World Tourism Day last September. An overhaul of U.S. childhood immunization guidelines has dropped the number of diseases children should be vaccinated against from 17 to 11. The new list of recommended vaccines issued by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention on Monday includes polio and measles vaccines, but others like hepatitis A and B and COVID vaccines are recommended based on risk and shared clinical decision-making between doctors and parents, the announcement said. President Donald Trump praised the new recommendation, saying it was rooted in the gold standard of science. However, the American Academy of Pediatrics criticized the recommendation, describing it as dangerous and unnecessary. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, You saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find a tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And it is exactly 7 minutes after 9 a.m. Welcome to a final conversation. We shall be talking about global power plays and US-Somalia equation and Maduro arrest question. But before we get to that, let's end this segment on a note of optimism. Because, at its core, Joyline is in the business of human growth and joy of a better life. I keep telling you guys I'm an ambassador for good life, right? So we're talking about better life. Now, so they want to romance the benefits of planning for the future in an upbeat, memorable way. Now, this isn't about fear. It's about the great life you can build when you're prepared. Now, they help discerning individuals create wealth and protect themselves through innovative service. Now, whether it's wealth generation, protecting assets, or retirement security, Joyline is a brand for you. If you're not planning for the future with insurance and investments, it's high time that you did. Because when you talk about planning about your investments and planning about your insurance, you are investing in yourself, your future, and the legacy that you want to leave. So what's your plan? Get started on that better life at icealion.co.ke. So we have planned ourselves, we have planned about the future, but then again, where do we get to spend all this money? So let's talk about a once in a lifetime chance to win a dream getaway, all thanks to KCB Bank winning card. So here's how it works here. If you bank with KCB and pay using KCB debit, credit, or prepaid card, you get a chance to win every single time you pay. Whether you're buying groceries, fueling your car, grabbing lunch, or shopping online, just pay with your KCB card and you get a chance to enter weekly, monthly, and the grand prize draw. So we're talking about weekly winners will walk away with 10,000 bob. Monthly winners will walk away with 100,000 bob. And the grand prize is a holiday getaway to Zanzibar for two, not one, two. Do with that information what you may, including flight, accommodation, and exciting excursion. So remember, paying with your KCB card isn't just safe and convenient, it could make you a winner. The more you pay using your KCB card, the better your chance to win. Use your KCB card today, the winning card. And remember, terms and conditions apply. The more you pay, the higher chances of winning. KCB Bank, for people, for better. Spend, get to enjoy yourself, be with your family, be with your loved ones, because who said a little play is wrong for anybody? We all want to have an amazing time, and KCB is giving you an opportunity to do that. Fatima Mohammed is the international affairs expert, and we're talking about global power plays, US-Somalia equation, and Maduro arrest question. Karibu to the Situation Room.
Thank you so much.
Happy to see you.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year. And as we talk about this, let's go to another country, Burkina Faso, where we have a proverb and we're giving you a job to interpret it. That is the hot seat. So, tunakupea kazi kabla hujaanza. So, the Burkina Faso, the Burkinabes are saying that if you want to walk far, walk with others. If you want to walk hapatu and slow, walk alone. What do you think they mean?
If you want to walk far, walk with others.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, if you want to achieve a greater thing in life, you must have people surrounding you. You must have a system that is going to take you far. In a diplomatic language, that means that it is the time to align ourselves as African communities, because for the longest time, we have been in the middle of where we belong. We either belong A or we belong B. So this time round, the power dynamic is moving faster, because it's no longer about the West, or it's no longer about only the East. So if you look at that quote, it has some meaning that are we preparing ourselves in a way that, are we walking alone as an African community? Are we going to walk with the power that is moving like a wave? When you look at the West are fighting terribly. They're really, really doing all the things that they want to control our land. They want to control our sea. They want to control our logistic hub. So that quote itself, that we Africans, we only have two options. It is either we host, we prepare ourselves, or we become partners, or we will be colonized the way that they used to do.
Yeah. You know, you've decided to, from the frying pan straight into the fire. But right?
Yeah.
So here's a question where now, as we talk about geopolitics, we see what is happening, especially in the US, right? So we know what is happening with the Somali community in Minnesota, and the declarations that have been made by President Trump, and what that means, especially for the Somali community there. We know the attacks on Senator Ilhan Omar. And why don't we just ask the question, what is happening? Is it a question of, is it racism? Is it just having kahunas of not caring about the rule of law, international boundaries? What is happening?
What is happening in Minnesota, I call it distraction. In intelligence world, when you want to do something, you have to distract the citizen. What America did, we have seen the result just this week. For the past 3 weeks, they have been telling us the Somalis are fraud, they are stealing daycares and left, right, center. You cannot tell me that when Somalis are stealing all those money, there were no regulation that can prevent them. America have all the system to do what they can do. But you see, the same thing, what is happening within America, there is the same thing that's happening global. America is struggling with its economies because they're trying to push the economy the way they used to call themselves as a superpower. So Somali community become the target because, number one, within the same week of the December, we have seen Somaliland being recognized by Israel. This thing is not just a walking corridor, it's a plan. It is a strategically. And while America was busy looking at the Venezuela cases, they were making us to think that it's about Somalia. It wasn't about the Somali. The operation was Venezuela, and they arrested the president, and that was the result, if you look at the intelligence observation side. So I think if they could have just done it without bringing confusion to their citizen, it could have been just like the citizen will demonstrate. They will say that you cannot arrest a country president. That is against the international law, because everybody knows that what America is doing is not just something new to us. Some of us, maybe we have not even born those days, but it is just a similar thing that they did to Gaddafi, they did to Saddam Hussein, and the same thing they're doing to Venezuela. It is about the oil, it's about the dollar, it's about the currency, because the day Venezuela announced that they're going to do trade with China, that is when they started the trouble. The same thing that Gaddafi also said, we are going to have our currency. So America is just doing, they're protecting the dollar. They're protecting the interest. If you look at all these things of Somalia, it's just that they're distracting the citizen from the actual operation that they're doing. So that is why Somali community become the target. Somali community, because of our trade line, like Somalia has the biggest ocean, because they control the trade of the world. If Somalia could have been stable, I think Africa could have been now the superpower country.
But if, Fatma, one would ask the question, when the U.S. government is raising concerns with regard to how taxpayers' money has been spent, and you look at even FBI picking up the case and saying that we're going to follow, we're going to trace this money to where it went to, one would say that by the time FBI is picking up a matter, there are questions that need to be asked, you know. And with that, then brings the question in terms of engagement between the United States and the Somali government in ensuring that if there is a case to be answered, that it's indeed answered. And is it right for the U.S. government to come out in the open to say, I think there are queries here, there are questions here, things are not clear, and that we must get the taxpayers' money back? Is there anything wrong with that?
They have the right to protect their interests, number one. They have the right to protect their wealth and everything. But at the same time, Somalis have the right also. You cannot just wake up and tell Somalis are frauding money, left, right, center, sending police, harassing mothers who are just trying to survive in America. Because what we know, America has been selling themselves for the longest time that they are the one who respect human rights. But you see, going to a daycare or a mother who is going for a job or something, that you will be told, close down. Because America is not just a walking country only. Because when the moment you're opening a business, you must go through some regulation. So what America did is something shameful to them, because they are no longer that. We are not going to respect them the way we used to respect them, because they have shown us that how childish their system are. Because it used to be a land of free, but nowadays it's not a land of free. They're telling us that you must look, it's not about Somalia, but look at how they are telling us African countries, this country is banned not to come in, this country is not supposed to do this and that. All those things is a plan. But it's also, as the Somali case is just a peanut case that we have seen it in the social media, that some people pushing it towards to see that Somalis also remember in our social media spaces also, we have our politicians who are taking advantage of pushing that narrative. But the real narrative is not about Somali. It is about fighting power. It is about alignment. It is about control. It is about the dollar and oil.
Well, Fatima, you raise very pertinent issues. And it's true, the Somali equation could easily be turned into a political equation given the current times we are in. It is also true some allegations about the Somali community in the US have not been substantiated. But it's also true that some allegations have been substantiated, and some people of Somali origin have been found guilty of fraud, and some of them have even been sentenced to deportation to their own country where they came from. And perhaps a lot of Kenyans would not care more or less about the whole Somali and USA conversation. But we do care because the triangulation of Kenya into that equation affects, the sovereignty of the Kenyan country. So the question becomes then that since I don't know if you're aware, but towards the late 90s, the 1990s, the late 80s, Kenyans did not require a visa to travel to the UK. But upon the collapse of the Somali country, where also US was very prominent in that war, strict measures came up, and the United Kingdom found it fit, because a lot of Somalis had come to Kenya through corruption. They obtained the passports, and then they went to the UK. And we earned ourselves restrictions. That's why today, despite being a colony of the UK, of the British, we need visas because of the infiltration of the Somali community to Kenya. Today, Kenya stands in the grey in terms of visas to the American country, to the USA to be more specific, because they are flagging from the intelligence the infiltration again of the Somali community who are from Somalia, because you have Somalis who are Kenyans, and those are known, those ones they enjoy like any other Kenyan, the freedom Kenyans, and the rights. But when you have infiltration through corruption, because remember Kenya has been a host of a lot of refugees, from Somalia, from Sudan, and many other countries, and we haven't had an issue with that until the community, the Somali community, started now infiltrating into the system illegally, and now putting us into this international relation crisis that we are in. Is it fair to say that the collapse of the Somali country itself since the 90s is the one that is building this chaos that we are finding ourselves in as Kenya, as the USA, and many other countries? And therefore, it might be pointless to try and fault the USA, because every country bears a responsibility to defend their own citizens, to defend their tax that is paid by their own citizens. But it might be more important to focus on why has Somali failed to transform itself as a country and find some level of governance, because remember Kenya even used to host meetings here to try and offer peace and reconciliation processes so we can have stability in the region. So the bigger, port and the Indian Ocean line you talk about can be more effective, have economic value to both the country and the continent. What would be the real conversation worth having here? Can we stabilize Somalia? And if we do, can Somalis then be repatriated or deported back and they build their own country and people migrate according to the rules of each and every country?
I think for the Somali destabilization, it's happened in 1990. Some countries like Rwanda also, they were been into genocide and all those things. Somalia have not stabilized their country because of the terrorists that have been affected with them. And Somalia become international headquarters of all the kind of terrorism. It's not because of that the Somali itself failed to do it, but when you have enemy within enemy, it will take some times to solve the issue. Somalia now, at least they're now trying to stabilize the country, because they used to have this thing, they used to have hosting their member of parliament in Eastleigh. We remember in 2003, 2004, when Kibaki said that you have to go back, and also the Usalama operation, those things came. It was Kenya has took a huge milestone to stabilize Somalia. Somalia is kind of a disabled community, because you cannot say someone who cannot walk to start walking. You have to look for a wheelchair. As the neighbor for Somalia, we need to help them to get the wheelchair they can walk with. That is why Somalia now has joined East African community. That could be one of the ways that they might be also getting some stabilization. But it will take some time, because the community itself, they have been designed to believe in clanism. The clan division has really, really affected them, because when you go to Somalia, the community that lives there, they believe the clan flag more than the national flag. That is where the problem started. So it will take some time, the Somali community, Somalia, to understand what it means being a national, what it means to have one country. Because right now, when you go to Somalia, we have something called Jubaland, we have Somaliland, we have Puntland. So everybody are trying to protect their clan. It is clan-based leadership. And then that has really affected the country to stabilize their peace. But for Kenya, being a neighbor to Somalia, we have a mandate and responsibility to make sure that Somalia gets stability that any other country have. If Somalia gets stable, Kenya will also have peace, because it goes hand in hand. When you go to Mandera, you will find this is Kenya and the next house is Somalia. That is how it's serious that Kenya need to intervene the Somali issues. So if we are doing trade with them and we are neighbor, then eventually we will be affected also, whatever that's happening there. When you look at Mandera, for example, Mandera is a county that has really affected by the Somali instability, because even sometimes the teachers are being killed because Al-Shabaab are saying we are responsible and all those things. So whatever that is happening in Somalia will also affect us because of the neighboring houses in Mandera.
Yeah, I hear you, Fatima. And that is good, because from a point of goodwill, we need to be our neighbor's keeper and make sure that stability, prospers in the region. But then, as you rightly put it, the clanism means there is almost no sense of nationalism to an extent. And also it takes away the aspect of the rule of law. So why people are bothered, in my opinion, and from what I've gathered, is that when we host people from Somalia here in Kenya, because they don't appreciate the nationalism that Kenyans hold dear to them, they are not very comfortable with the rule of law. You saw even incidences sometimes last year, some Somali youth, stepping on the Kenyan flag. And you saw how annoying that was to all Kenyans, because nationalism is something that Kenyans uphold in their own different ways. Would you then be perhaps from a position where you sit and the circles that you're interacting, what could be done for the Somalians who are now in Kenya to appreciate that when they go to other countries, not just Kenya, but to the USA, because the Minnesota issue is also talking about people going to foreign countries and not being able to live by the rules and the norms and the constitution of that country. And that's why they will be sent back. Either now, even from Kenya, they will be sent back. It's just a matter of time. But from the circles that you're in, is that message being put out that if you migrate to a country as a refugee, or if you have acquired documents, you must live within the rule of law of that particular nation?
I think a Somali, if you tell them that you have to respect, if someone comes through corruption, they will tell you that
We can
pay dollar. I can buy the ID or whatever. I don't blame them, because the host country has a responsibility to make sure that anybody who come, true refugees, especially the issue of Somalia, the country should have been having something called nationalization programs, that maybe you will be enrolled 6 months to understand what it means to be a Kenyan, to be in Kenya, to understand the culture, what we think about it, because in Somalia you will only find people believing in clan flag. That is why when they came here, they can step in our flag, and it has raised an issue. I see it's that our government has the responsibility to come up with something called nationalization, at least let people understand the culture of being a Kenyan.
And Fatma, I'm just wondering, because Somalia actually stands quite strategically both for Kenya and the US, and especially if you look at issues around security and counterterrorism, you look at regional stability and the Horn of Africa, among many other different fronts. And from your introductory statements, you indicated that the intelligence gathered around some of the actions that are being taken right from Minnesota all the way to Venezuela, but this is intelligence that is being whipped depending on what actions that are supposed to be taken. And when we talk about sovereignty of countries, and I think that Kenya has really stood again tall insofar as navigating the challenges between Somalia and Kenya that also border even on our waterways, the kind of islands that we share, and the response that Kenya has given. Kenya has more or less tried to be rather diplomatic, very diplomatic in some of these instances. And I remember that in some areas, our ambassadors have had to sit. The president has had to really engage. Do you think that President Trump, in the actions that the US has taken, has more or less used a hard hand, strategy in engaging with Somalia, and what are some of these, actions that the U.S. could learn from countries such as Kenya, if there are any?
They are not supposed to learn from Kenya. They're supposed to learn from China.
Why not Kenya?
Kenya, we are not that systematically strong enough to compete with the big boys, which is the 5G.
But it's not a competition, rather. I'm just talking about the kind of actions that have played within international affairs between Somalia and Kenya, because we've hosted a number of refugees from Somalia, but we've not been so hard-hearted as opposed to what is happening. And that's why, if you look at the diplomatic relations, Somalis would rather cross over to Kenya compared to even going to China, a country that you're making reference to, for example.
You say Somalia and Kenya, the neighborhood is not, you need to cross a Mexican wall. It is just a walking distance.
Yes.
That I give you an example, a county, Mandera County, where houses like this house can even borrow salt from the neighbor.
Yes.
So that one, they are very close. For me, maybe Kenya could have changed their foreign policy towards having a bigger vision to have one East African president, of which Somalia can also get the stability. But you see, Kenya, they don't have any other option. They have to be a diplomatic when it comes to Somali and US things. But when you remember the Usalama operation during Uhuru Kenyatta's time, the Usalama operation it was similar with America, because they are arresting Somalis. They're going to South C, Isli, South B, areas that Somalis are dominating. So when you look similar...
And what was wrong with that?
What was wrong with that? Kenya has the right to protect the security. They have to protect their citizens, because we have been having a lot of terrorist attacks and all those things. Kenya have the right to do that, because it depends on who are they dealing with. Because Somalia, I was doing a program in cross-border. I was hosting Somali Kenya, Somali, and Somali Ethiopians. These three Somali, one community, different nationalism. When you host Somalia, I was hosting the Somalis. These are not people who can integrate easily with any system. They have been in a war for the last 34 or 5 years. At the same time, the war has really affected their mental, because they cannot be like the way I am, because I'm also a Somali. Because a Somali doesn't understand what it means you have to be patient to go through a systematic. Some of us, we are born those time when Somali entered to the civil war. You can imagine a child who grow up in a war that understand that tomorrow you have to carry the gun and fight. And then come to Kenya, a young lady who is in Mandera County, then you will tell her that you have to fight. She will run away from you. So that is how it also affects the war. The community itself, the war has really affected them, the mental health status of the Somali community. But that doesn't mean that we have to look at them that say this is a problem, so it's not our problem. It is our problem as an East African community.
Yeah, Fatma, one would look at just the example that you've given, Somali, Kenyan, and a Somali Ethiopian, and you look at same clan, same background, but people who think differently, right? But here's a question where, regardless of you're from Somalia, you've come to Kenya, right? The Kenyan laws would extend grace through its laws and structure to welcome them in. But at the end of the day, the laws of the land would not care whether how you've grown up, whether you are quick at anger, you know how to operate a gun. The laws of the land will not care about that background and will demand that you play by the rules. And here then brings the question, the example that you've just given, is that then a problem that Somali nationals are finding themselves in, because they find it difficult to accustom themselves to the rule of the land and are finding themselves on the other side of the law? And if that's where then these citizens of the world would find themselves, then is the United States of America today saying, because you have been unable to play by the rules, go back home? If a Kenyan says you've been unable to play by the rules and we've extended the grace for you to integrate with us, but you are unable to play by the rules, then go back home. How then do we extrapolate a problem that we have identified, deal with that problem, so that it stops being a stereotype that exists and it stops being an attacking point for Somalis?
There's a reason why we have international law, and there's a reason why we call it human rights law.
Yes.
Somali community, they're a very unique community. It's a people who do business. When you look at East Africa, they move every corner point of this East African community. Somalia need to understand the global trade, number one. They need to understand the policy of the country. They need also to understand the culture also, because you cannot just cross a border and come to a country and then pay money. You come through a shortcut. At the same time, again, you sit somewhere, feel comfortable that nothing will happen to you. That is now something that the government of Somalia should do for their citizen. If Somalia really want to protect the Somali government, they should also work on national security building. They also need to work on community empowerment. They need also to work through how they can protect their citizen wherever they are. Because Somalia, if you go anywhere in the country, you will find them doing business. You go to West Africa, you go to America, everywhere you go, there's Somali. Now this question of Somali being pushed everywhere because of the policy or maybe some stereotype that people have, it is the responsibility of the government of Somalia to protect its citizens wherever they are, whether they're in America or in Kenya, because that's why they have embassies everywhere. There's an embassy in Nairobi that you have a very nice one, big one again. They should also have their data that how many Somalis are doing business, how do they come through. Now that Somalia is part of East Africa, I think the government of Somalia, they should work on a system that protects their citizen and empower the citizen. Because just going to a country it will also now backfire on them. Even if you become a US citizen and people know that you came from Somalia, they will always say, Somalia, we have seen how the US president has been attacking them. No government, no nothing. But they have the government, they have every system that everybody has. But the problem is the clan politics and clan division has destabilized the country.
You say they have a government. When was the last time Somalia held a democratic election? A question you don't need to answer. But Trump is, we have to be factual in this conversation. Defend what needs to be defended and attack what needs to be attacked. Trump is doing right to protect the borders of the United States of America. I don't agree with a lot of things he's doing, especially the kidnapping of Maduro, but I agree that he has to protect his border, just like we as Kenyans must protect our borders. You see, the problem here is not the Somali people. Kenya, we have many neighbors.
Yes.
We share the same porous border with Tanzania. We have our Maasais in Tanzania and in Kenya, and their families and neighbors, the way you're saying about Ethiopia and Somalis in the country. You go to Uganda, we have the same, you'd say, the Luya community.
Yeah, the Tesos.
The Tesos. You go again to Tanzania, not Tanzania.
Uganda.
Yes, every country we have people that we share culture, communities and families with. And they come to Kenya and they do business. They intermarry, they assimilate as they wish to. The problem here with the Somali community is the infiltration through corruption. And yes, the host country bears the biggest responsibility. But once they come here, how they play out in our system is what is affecting, one, the social fiber, the economic fiber, and the international relation. Because when we are being listed in the grey about issuance of visa of all Kenyans because of our lapses in our immigration system in regard to our Somali community, that should be a concern for everybody. And again, also the Somalis must understand, having a Kenyan national ID today through corrupt means does not make you a Kenyan. At some point, you'll be deported.
Or even a passport.
Yes, even a passport. The same way you see people having citizenship in the US and the UK. And upon uncovering of any fraud, it is cancelled and you're deported. It is upon them to find a way of knowing how to live within the rule of law. In Kenya, we have something called a constitution. We all know that. And it is there to protect all of us, foreigners and the indigenous people. If they cannot do that, embrace the nationalism in Kenya, there is going to be a lot of problems. And it will be nice for us, the region, to be stable. So even as we try to defend and attack, we have to be factual. There is an existing problem. And the communities need to integrate in a manner that respects the human rights, are not only a reserve of the refugees, but also the hosting communities have rights to protect themselves.
Yes.
It's a conversation we must escalate and ask ourselves at the end of the day, Fatma. What can the Somali people learn from the experiences they've had so far? Because all countries have been at war. Kenya fought to be where it is, and so did other countries. Are they willing to rebuild their country through mutual respect and support from our neighbors?
For me, I'm not a Somalia. I cannot speak for them.
This is a general conversation. You're
you see, Somalia, they're trying to rebuild it slowly. By Somali joining East Africa, it's one step that we have seen. Somali now identifying themselves whether they belong to East or West is a step also. We see Somalia, maybe let's give them another 20 years to come. They might be also stable like us here in Kenya. But also we need the community to be sensitized that what is happening in US also has happened in Kenya in 2014, 2015, around there, which is the Usalama operation. How can we sensitize? Because as the Somali Kenyans, we have a huge responsibility to make sure that the Somali brothers who are working hard, building Isili and also Mandera or Wajir, Garissa, everywhere in this country, to understand the laws of the country. Corruption, as a Muslim community, we are not supposed to be a corrupt people. Because since we are born from a younger age, Quran has been telling us corruption is not something good.
Haram.
It's haram, it's haram. But it's ironically now we are the expert in corruption. Even when you look at internally, look at our counties, we are the most corrupt people. So I don't understand, are we that greedy to become a billionaire in one day? Maybe. because when you're into business, you always look at the profit. So that profit, always chasing profit, can also affect your mental, or it can also make you that, no, if I pay 10,000, I get 20,000. So if you're a business person, you'll always look at 10,000 that you're getting on top.
The profit.
So being a Somali itself, we are born as a business people. You buy and sell. So buy and sell also now is affecting us. We don't know whether we are in our own country or we are in a neighboring country or we are in a foreign far country like Europe. That has really affected us. It's an internal discipline that we need to train ourselves. We need to restrain ourselves. We need to go back to the teaching of Quran and understand that if we do this, what Quran say, because we don't even need to be lectured on issue of international law, because we have Quran. And it's really, really guiding us toward how we can live with other people, especially neighboring country. Even if today my neighbor is a Christian, where I live, I have to respect. I must have boundaries. Then I think we are losing that part as a community. And it's something that our elders and also religion leaders are working on it. And soon maybe things we might change and we will see how we can integrate with other community. So for case of US and Kenya, it's a totally different. Kenya is an East African country, neighboring with Somalia. So we cannot say that we push Somalia to the extent that we pretend that we are like the Wazungus, as the Swahili said. We are not. So we need to think on how we can do integration within African community. We need to think on the trade expansion of Africa. We need to think on our security. We need to think and protect our resources. This thing is not about only Somalia. If Somalia is signing something with Turkey, is it going to affect Kenya? Yes, it will affect. Because the resources that belong to Africa belong to African community.
And Fatma, that's why earlier on I asked about some of the lessons that the US as a quote-unquote superpower can learn from Kenya, because there are very progressive things that Kenya has done. And I know that you have also worked within the integration, aspects, and particularly women inclusion, etc. in security. But why this is critical is because if you look at our proximity, and then in terms of international relations between Kenya and Somalia, then peace and security, particularly counterterrorism and prevention of violent extremism, comes up. And one of those successful angles that Kenya has really done very well at is the prevention of violent extremism action plans, which have really helped even to open up the border communities like Mandera, Wajir, etc. But the question around integration, and because I know that this is one of your strengths, what are some of these basic things that Kenya can be able to do to also influence countries like the US around integration? What are these big bullets that we must be able to take? Because I sometimes imagine, and I have quite a number of Somali friends, but I sometimes imagine that this economic freedom and engagement that they have, so that the ability to make wealth sometimes gives them this bravado that I can get anything I want, I can buy a country. The other day I saw a video of one of those elders saying, this leader has to know that we supported this campaign and that we can take over everything. That kind of attitude, that kind of character. So in bold terms, those big bullets, what are some of these key aspects of integration that we must do to also spur other countries like the US buying from? You're mixing two things. The MP who said we can do anything that we want. I didn't say an MP, I just said an elder. He's an MP, I know. I'm a very active woman, so... Okay, proceed. Somalia and Kenya is a different country. Whatever that people from Northeastern say is different from Somalia. Let us not mix two communities in different... One community that live in different nationalism. Even I myself, when I was doing that program, it was really kind of like, this is one community, but they're different. You have to treat them in a different way. I think it's because of ignorance that we have, that someone can say,
like, I have given you this, it's my money that speak. Yes, of course, money speak, but sometimes also the law is strong. You cannot just say that I buy this constitution. No, you cannot say that. You cannot just wake up and say that I don't believe in the Bill of Rights. Everybody knows that we're being guided by our constitution. That is indiscipline of individual, that may be like one or two people. But the Somali community are very aggressive community, very hardworking community. We are the lions of Africa. That's what we call ourselves. So for sometimes, for sometimes, because of this destabilization of the Somalia, because of the Al-Shabaab, Al-Qaeda, and all those prolonging time, Somalia is now recovering slowly. We cannot push them to the wall that you have to recover today. Let them recover slowly. By them being part of East Africa, it was one step. By Somalia introducing Swahili in their own curriculum in Somalia, it is a step, because if a Somali came to Kenya, when you speak Swahili, she or he struggled to speak Swahili. So Somalia is slowly now recovering processly, but it will take some time for them. And also communities like Kenya will not understand that. They will feel like these Somalis should go back to their country. Somalis are not going back anywhere. They're here to stay. They're here to build. This is Africa. Africa is one community. Let us discuss, let our discussion become that. How can we protect our resources? How can we prepare ourselves?
The illegal immigrants will go back to their country, whether they are Somalis or otherwise. It's not polite to say that they are not going anywhere. We have to rule. I mean, the rule of law. The Constitution is
of course, yes, you're right.
So to say that they are not going anywhere is improper. Those who are here illegally, Somalis or other nationalities, have to go back home.
But you see, the focus is Somali
Yes, today
community.
the focus is. So the Somali communities who are here illegally must go back to their country.
How do they come to the country?
Guys, so here's the thing. So I look at it, and that statement has been made enough times, like when Somali utarudi Somali,
Yes.
and it's unfortunate that even as Kenyans, because I personally, I find it difficult to call a Somali or Somali Kenyan. I just call them Kenyans. You know what I mean? It's difficult for me to start differentiating all that, because I know a Somali citizen is from Somalia and a Kenyan is a Kenyan, regardless of their background. But here's a question where we now look at where we find ourselves today. You look at whether it is a Kenyan from the Somali origin who is in the US in Minnesota, right? Being attacked by President Trump, and that is a Kenyan. We would sit here and one would imagine that everyone in Minnesota just comes from Somalia. No. We have Kenyans who have immigrated and are rightfully in the US and are being attacked by statements that are being made. But let's come back home in terms of our integration as a region, our integration as countries, and how we're working together to stabilize our region, because if Somalia is peaceful, if the government is working in Somalia, it is better for Kenyans. Perhaps we will be lifted from that gray zone, gray area, and it would work for all of us. So in terms of us as a region, looking at what the US has done, say to Venezuela, we know Maduro was picked up. What are the lessons that we are learning as Kenyans, we're learning as East Africa community, for us to prepare ourselves and say this is how we'll protect ourselves from the big guy at the top who is saying it's either my way or the highway? Are we learning are we learning our lessons based off how our citizens are being treated in foreign countries, and what are we doing to make it easier and better for our people to do business at home, and so that they are respected at home, so that if I want to go to Somalia today, I can drive all the way to Somalia and be assured that as a Somali citizen will take care of me, because they trust that when they come to Kenya, I will take care of them. Are we having those discussions? And if not, should we start having those discussions?
I think it is the right time we need to have such discussion, because this issue of Somalia, it's not about Somalia. It is about East Africa. When Trump was attacking Somalia, he was attacking East Africa. Before Somalia joined East Africa, it was Somalia. But it's no longer Somalia. It's going to be an East African issue. If we cannot have the conversation now, then it will be very late for us later to join when it was almost no turning point. The whole world now, they're talking about strategically. People are arranging themselves in terms of oil trade, control of the sea, logistic hub, and all those things. When you look at Kenya, we call it as a gateway of all these African countries. East Africa, West Africa, we are the easiest to trade within them. As an East African community and in the Africa Union, it is the right time that we need to reorganize ourselves as a community and as an African community, number one. That are we planning or preparing ourselves to host? Because the whole world is saying that Africa is the future. Yes, we are the future. How prepared are we? Are we prepared to host, or are we going to be partner? Because we don't have the resources and the machinery, then we need to look for partnership. That people like China, what they're doing, building our road, they are coming to build for our road, and then America supporting us on the healthcare system and the military things, the UK and all those groups and the Israel. But if we are not going to be partner or going to be host, then we have to prepare ourselves to be recolonized again. Because this time round, it's not going to be a military war. It's going to be a diplomatic and trade power. Because the US is saying that I have to control. When you look at the West Africa, the French government, the French region, they are being pushed away. So East Africa now, it's going to become a battle for everyone. The East will fight, the West will fight, everybody will fight. Then now the East African community, we have a mandate for ourselves to reorganize ourselves. How can we help Somalia? Look at the DRC things. Look at Burundi, all those countries. So we cannot just sit somewhere and say things are okay. We are not going to allow ourselves to be comfortable again. We need to organize ourselves in a way that either we host or we become partner. Or if you don't become partner or host, then be ready to be ruled. What is happening to Venezuela? It has happened in Saddam Hussein. I repeat again. It has happened to Libya, which is Gaddafi. Because when Gaddafi announced that we are going to have currency, that is when America now started now. It is about protecting the dollar, because of course America have the right to do whatever they're doing, because they have to protect their interest. They have to protect their dollar. But also as Africans, where are we putting our position? Are we just saying that no, Africa China, or Africa America, or Africa Russia? Are we still continue doing the same language that we have been doing?
You know, I've never really had a discussion where Africa is having a discussion on Africa. We're always having discussions on Africa, US, Africa, China, Africa, Russia. But even as we talk about it, so the East Africa community is there, the African Union is there. We have problems in a few countries in the continent, but we are not seeing an African force, an African army that is moving forth to bring peace in these countries. We're always relying on UN, where the big guy who contributes the most one day would wake up and say, hey, you guy, my dollars are for my people, and I'm not contributing to go offer peace in Somalia. So perhaps it's about time that we as Africans charted our way forward, that we see Somalia has a problem, right? Let's go to Somalia and have this discussion with the Somali community and bring peace. We have problem in the Sahel region. Let us have that peace, so that together as Africans, we are stronger together, so that we can walk fast.
Dennis, what you're saying reminds me about a few weeks ago when our president went to the White House to sign an agreement on DRC. And that really sends a lot of lessons that we really need to learn as a region and as a bloc, particularly around institutions of international relations like EAC, the AU, even the UN. Nairobi hosts the biggest, complex really in the world. What does that presence really mean? And as Fatma talks about, Africa and the future, Agenda 2063, what does that really mean for us as Kenya and even as Kenyans? And that's why I asked the question around integration, because I think it is even within counterterrorism and prevention of violent extremism in Kenya, one of the biggest discussions has been the integration policy, which is neither here nor there. It is present, it is not present. But if you look at communities and their ability to integrate by themselves, they are doing it perfectly well. So do we really need government to be able to come forth and decide how far communities can be able to go? And of course, no one ever fights a government and wins.
Yeah,
so of course the government has to be present. But therefore, what are some of the lessons, as Dennis earlier said, that we can learn from the invasion of President Maduro? And who next? Sadly, I saw one of our former deputy presidents actually saying that those kind of sentiments are not called for. As Kenyans, we need to come forward and build one country, one people, one nation, and that really should be the spirit.
Yeah. Kamanya, as we close, let's talk about a unity of the continent. Let's talk about unity of the people and a unity of purpose.
Right. I've had a lot to say about the African Union.
Yes.
Post-Baba or pre-Baba or during Baba.
Yeah. Pre-Baba, post-Baba, pre-jirani yetu, and post-jirani yetu. Because I feel African Union is one of the organs that we need to solidify, to strengthen, and it could give us the pathway to the peace that we need as a continent, liberation, the economic liberation that we seek, and we stop this exploitative and very overbearing, a sense of dictatorship that is very shrewd and subtle that we receive from the East and the West through just economic support, and then the influence of policies that end up now just running our continent down. So I think as a continent, we must have a conversation about what kind of leadership first do we install in our own respective countries, because remember, these are the people who become our representatives of the African Union. The same goes for the East African community. So I think as a continent, we have everything that we need. We have people who can vote. We have people who can be voted for. We have the resources to turn around our economy and then even work in tandem now with other international organs. But it is until we liberate us. We have to decolonize the African man.
Thank you.
We must decolonize ourselves. It is only then we'll be able to appreciate the struggle that is happening in Somalia and see how, as a region, we can support. DRC Congo, we did not need to go to America to sign a peace treaty.
That never lasted anyway.
Never lasted even a day. Before they got back, some people had just... So it's a conversation we must continue having locally and loudly, so that all countries, at the end of the day, Africa, we are one. The reason you're talking about Somali Kenyans, because we are one community. These boundaries just came to segment us in manners that has not really served our interest. But we can have a way whereby we can have one Africa, one trade, one currency, and exist peacefully.
Fatma, as you close.
As an African daughter, I always say it is the right time now to organize ourselves. We need to call our leaders also to organize in a better way, that let them not sign these deals behind the curtain. We are one community. Let East African community be one. Let African Union also push the free trade of Africa within Africans, because they have already started. The infrastructure is going on. If we don't organize ourselves, the world will organize us, because we will keep suffering. Our children going to Europe looking for a better life. But the better life, we have it here. Let us protect our resources. Let us integrate to AI protection, because when you look at the world now, the whole world is talking about trade. Are we also talking about trade? When any foreign come and sign something, where are we? What Africa Union are doing? If Africa Union are not doing anything, then it is the right time, the young African, to stand up and protect their continent.
One thing that I keep telling my peers is I'm an African and Africa is my business. You know what I mean?
Precisely.
Because for a very long time we've been told about what democracy is. And the countries that are telling us democracy, if you look at, say, for example, you look at Europe, right? So you'd see another country is a monarchy. Another country is a pure democracy where you vote in, but they are all working together, and the different democracies have gelled to create that block of 29 countries. When we come to Africa, what is our story when it comes to democracy? And how do we recognize different aspects of democracy? But that notwithstanding that we work together and that no one is sitting in their office somewhere, whether it's oval or circular or square, and determining what democracy is for the African man. It is therefore upon all the agencies, you talk about African Union, East Africa Community, and different governments to come together and work for the benefit of
and
the
our African leaders
and of
must love the continent.
Yes.
Ukiwa mgonjwa,
Enda Kenyatta. Enda Kenyatta.
Don't fly to that place.
Yes, it is exactly 10 a.m. Fatima Mohammed is the international affairs expert, and Santini Sana, my guest host Josphat Kamanya and Kevin Osido. And when we started the show, I never said good morning to our amazing team. So to the amazing team behind the scenes making everything happen, Asante Sana, we tunashukuru. We do this again tomorrow. It is exactly 10 a.m. Good morning.
Great.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. We begin in Kuria West, where Gwitembe Trading Center is under siege as insecurity has shattered schools and paralyzed life at the once vibrant hub of agricultural and commercial activity. The usually busy streets are quiet, with only a few residents seen walking around cautiously, constantly looking over their shoulders. The chilling calm is the result of prolonged ethnic clashes between the Kuria and Kipsigis communities, rooted in long-standing boundary and land disputes. Residents say the situation has been worsened by frequent gunshots that rip through the air almost daily, turning the area into a zone of anxiety and insecurity. The violence has not only stalled development but also disrupted learning, as most children are yet to report to school.
Hata ukienda kuangalia kwa manyumba za watu, wanafunzi hawana vitabu, uniform, yani wamekaa tu hivyo. Maisha ya huku ni kubebana na mishale.
Saa hii watoto wangekuwa shuleni, lakini hawachafungua shule kwa sababu wamekosa makao. Kwa nyumba watu wamekosa kulala kwa nyumba, wanafukuswa, tunakimbia na watoto hata wengine hatujui watoto wako wapi.
Hapa kuna uhasama kali sana. Hii uhasama, watoto wametoroka, wasasi wametoroka nyumbani, hata hawako nyumbani. Hata usiku na mchana wasasi hawakai nyumbani. Hata vile tuko hapa kama sisi tuko na wasiwasi.
Unajua wakati marisasi inapigwa hapa Ichameni, hakuna kujali kwamba ile ni shule wala ile ni nini. Marisasi inalia kila mahali.
In Kisumu County, the National Construction Authority has issued stoppage orders on 2 construction sites in Seme sub-county after a quality assurance exercise found them operating without proper documentation and professional oversight. NCA Nyanza Regional Coordinator Festus Marera warned that all construction, residential or commercial, must comply with NCA, county and NEMA regulations, emphasizing that contractors operating illegally risk prosecution under the law.
Yeah, the construction sites where we have been, we are working hand in hand with the county government. So there are 2 stoppage orders we are giving. And in fact, there are times we will also have a full multi-agency where NEMA is in there. Today we were there with the county government and of course the National Construction Authority. So we give them stop orders and we instruct them to comply with the instructions therein before proceeding with the construction again.
Marera warned that stern action will be taken against contractors who do not comply with construction safety regulations.
Yeah, basically they are breaking the law, and they by themselves are at risk of being arrested and being prosecuted for undertaking construction illegally, because construction is only allowed to be undertaken by contractors. And we also realize some areas they have weakness in terms of having contractors. So for projects which are a value of below 5 million, the works can be undertaken by what we call an accredited site supervisor. that means he's accredited, he or she is accredited by the National Construction Authority.
NVIDIA boss Jensen Huang on Monday announced Alpamayo, a tech platform the company says will help self-driving cars think like humans. Alpamayo brings reasoning to autonomous vehicles, allowing them to think through rare scenarios, drive safely in complex environments, and explain their driving decisions. Huang said on stage at the annual CES Technology Conference in Las Vegas. Huang said NVIDIA has begun producing a driverless car powered by its technology, the Mercedes-Benz CLM, in partnership with the German automaker. The vehicle will be released in the US in the coming months before being rolled out in Europe and Asia. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
More of the classics and the hits you love. Neo Soul.
You don't really rock with me. You just want me spend my change.
Neo Soul. More of the classics and the hits you love.
You played the best music.
94.4 Spice FM.
Back to the music.